Thank you, Rachel. Welcome to day 5 of this roundtable for the VMFRP ER Central. Just a note, I did on day 1 last Thursday do an acknowledgement of country. Given what we're talking about today, I'd like to repeat that. So on behalf of the committee, I'd like to acknowledge traditional owners of the land and waters we're meeting and working today, and pay my respects to elders past and present. To acknowledge the First Nations people's unbroken, ongoing connection to this ancient country, and that ongoing, unbroken connection of all First Nations peoples to country. A couple of matters of business before we get going. Dr. Brisker is not with us this morning. As you might see on the screen, Mr. Ian Ham is with us. He's a member of the committee. Sorry, just bear with me. Can you hear me okay, Mr. Ham? Thank you. Just someone suggested they can't hear me online, but Mr. Ham can, so we'll keep going. And I'll just put my camera on too. Okay, so Dr. Brisker is not with us till mid-morning. She has some other engagements this morning. Mr. Ham has joined us. A couple of other things just to note. We've had some documents tabled. There's a package of council minutes, I think it is, from Ms. McKay, which have been sent in. So they're tabled. I haven't had a chance to have a look through them, but they are online in the table documents folder. Dr. Kelly has also provided the index of photos that she wanted to provide. We asked her to provide, and that's now been provided. Can I ask, is there any other kind of other matters of morning business before we go to our traditional owner and First Nations issues?
Acknowledgement from me.
Yeah.
Pay respects to our elders, past, present, and future, of the Wadi people, the lands you're standing on.
Thank you, Mr. Kirby. Just in terms of this morning, I wanted to just ask, I heard on my way in, is there a request to do some of the session in confidence? Is that correct? I'm not sure who wants to make that request, Ms. Nichols. And when you say, do you mean just not recording it? What do you actually, what would you prefer?
Well, that's a highly sensitive thing we're discussing.
Yeah.
Amongst ourselves as Indigenous peoples.
Yeah.
So I don't want to upset my mob.
Yeah.
With some of the things that I speak about with them.
So I just want to be clear, what are you asking for? Your bit in confidence or the whole morning session? Or
I'm assuming that I might be able to speak without things.
Yeah.
Amongst everyone.
Okay.
Can I just respond to that as
yes, sir.
traditional owner? I have my views, and I respect the views of other people to say what they want to say, and they should not feel that they cannot speak freely because we're here. Because I respect your views, I respect your views. I may not agree, and you may not agree with my views, but I still respect your views. So you don't need to be concerned that it'll upset me in particular anyway. I speak to myself, I can't speak to things.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ray. I still wish I had that confidence.
Okay. What I'm just as a suggestion that we have an open session with people who wish to speak in the session. If you then want to spend a few more minutes talking to us in confidence, we can probably do that. I think you've already put a number of things on the table for us last week. Are they the same sorts of things? Or
and, I also have my submission that I submitted. I want to speak to, and probably a little bit of a timeline, my association, and family association, some of the community association with the area we're speaking of.
Yeah.
And the Heritage Act. So.
Okay, and you're still not comfortable doing that just in an open session?
No,
after what Mr. Kelly said?
from my understanding being around quite a few of our circles we have with speakers, Indigenous speakers, sometimes it's a bit rough. And we don't want to put that at risk with this process.
Okay, just want to check in with the proponent, Mr. Waters. Do you have any objection?
If the suggestions for an in-camera session, I suppose ideally we'd like to know in very broad terms, not without going to specifics, what's going to be raised. If it's about the process, I'm sure that's a confidential matter. Anyway, if it's about the location of specific infrastructure, it would be good for someone from our team, not necessarily me, to be able to hear that and understand whether something can be done about that. If it's about traditional values more broadly, which we obviously rely on our report in respect of in the CHMP process, then it might be useful to have someone from Mallee CMA present for that bit. So I suppose in some ways it does depend a bit what's being asked for, but in principle we don't have any difficulty with some sort of a camera session.
Yeah. So what I'm going to suggest is that we and Mr. Ham, can you, I know you're listening in, if you've got any thoughts on any of these matters, feel free to just jump in at any time. What I'm going to suggest is that we run an open session this morning. People talk about what they want to talk about. We then might just provide a brief session for you, Ms. Nichols, if that's what you'd like. And in that session, what I'd probably suggest is we just have you in the room, perhaps Mr. Waters as a legal representative who's not who's bound in that confidential session not to communicate back unless without agreement of the committee. Is that a fair way to put it? Yes.
Yeah, just through the chair. I'm not quite sure what your legal role is and who you actually represent.
I
was only
represent
at the meeting
the
last
proponent.
week.
He represents the proponent, but he's a barrister, so he has particular responsibilities beyond his role to the proponent. So if he's in the confidential session, he has particular responsibilities not to just record it and go to his client and say, this is what was said. He has higher responsibilities than his responsibilities to the proponent. Again, stop me if I'm stepping outside the description.
Broadly correct. I have ethical duties before the tribunal, but it's in my
Okay, but I probably thought I should have got my legal representative.
A little late for us now. The other thing, so we'll proceed on that basis. So we'll just have an open session for as long as we want. Then we'll have a session just with the committee. I'll suggest we won't record that session. Mr. Ham will obviously sit in, but I'll ask other people in the Zoom call to leave as well. Yeah, probably just Mr. Ham and Mr. Waters. Everyone else can vacate the room at that time, and we'll just have a brief listen to what you've got to say.
Can I just ask one more question through the chair? Just
Yeah,
for
please.
clarification on Mr. Ham's role.
Yeah.
In this process.
So Mr. Ham is a member of the committee of the, you might remember me talking about this on Thursday. There's about 10 people on the broader committee. Mr. Blake and I have been selected to sit just on this matter, but the other members of the committee can be brought in as needed. Mr. Ham, you're probably known to most people in the room, but would you like to just spend a few seconds talking about who you are and what you see your role on the committee?
Yep, but thank you for that, Chair. So my name's Ian Ham. I'm a Yorta man. So my country is up on the Murray River, but I've been living in Melbourne for a very long time now. My role on the committee, I was formerly in one of the roles I performed was as the Executive Director, the Deputy Director, and then the Executive Director of Aboriginal Affairs Victoria at the time of the commencement of the introduction and commencement and implementation of Victorian Aboriginal Heritage Act. So I'm familiar with the Act. My role more broadly with the committee is to ensure that the interests, views and perspectives of traditional owners and Aboriginal communities are heard and understood and listened to by not only the committee hearing it, but also ensure that the opportunities for traditional owners to speak are provided as well, and ensure that when our work is being conducted and our reports are written, that the a proper perspective is given to and prominence to the views of traditional owners in the production of reports that we make that will ultimately go to the Minister.
Can I just say one other thing? Sorry, Ian.
You're right.
Just through the chair. I did work in Aboriginal health for a long time, and Ian was my boss. So is there a conflict of interest?
I don't know, what sort of a boss was he? You have good memories of him or not? If you didn't like him, then
He learned some lessons.
no, there's no, there's
Yeah.
conflict of interest there.
Clarify that be open.
Just in a more broader sense, I think it is important to note that the Aboriginal community, people know each other, or at least know of each other, so that Meryl and I did work together at some stage. It would be highly surprised if I was in a room with Victorian Aboriginal people and none of us knew each other. So this is more likely to happen than not happen.
Thanks, Ian.
Is that a conflict with you though?
No, not at all.
Thanks, Ian. Again, as I said last Thursday, our role in this is really to try and bring these perspectives into our work in advising the Minister for Planning. Certainly, Mr. Blake and I have never tried to step in the shoes of traditional owners, as I hope we've made that clear all the way along. And having a traditional owner, I'm clearly not immediately from this area. I really think does help us in understanding these issues and interpreting the information that we are getting through the eyes of the traditional owner. So what I'm going to suggest for this morning's session, I do know that I'm going to suggest something and then I'll take comments on it. And if people have a different view, then we'll do it differently. But I just want to put it out there.
Just before you start, I see Mr. Chapman.
Did you want to sit up here, Mr. Chaplain? Feel free if you'd like to. And Madam, did you? Okay. So what I'm going to suggest for this morning, I know the component through the Mallee CMA have been doing work in this area and have done work in this area over a number of years. Mr. Waters has indicated that they would like to provide an outline of what they've done. I'm going to suggest we do that first, and then we'll open up the session to comments, questions, whatever. If you'd like to do it the other way, where traditional owners go first, equally happy with that. But from our point of view, we'd probably like to get a bit of a baseline of what they've done or what they say they've done before we get a response and some input from you guys. Does that sound fair, reasonable? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Waters, did you want to introduce your people? And I'm thinking this would be reasonably brief, just an overview. We do have documents and so on.
Yeah, you've got the documents, you've got the Aboriginal Heritage Specialist Assessment. But I might just ask them to introduce themselves.
Well, pleasure to be here. I'm James Kellerman. I'm the General Manager of Operations and Community at the Mallee Catchment Management Authority, and I've brought along my co-worker.
So I'm Craig Watson, previously worked for Mallee CMA through all the engagement aspects right from start 3 years ago. And yeah, so that's me and where I sat.
So I'm happy to, I thought a lot of questions have been raised about engagement, so I'm more than happy to take questions to be directed, but if you'd like me just to give a brief overview, I can do that and talk about our organisation's role with Aboriginal Victorians across our catchment, etc. So it'll be a bit of a ramble, but feel free to direct me where you'd like to take me to. And
Thanks,
happy to take follow-up questions as we move through.
Yeah, we have just hang on, Ms. Nichols. We have got a couple of documents which sort of outline the process. So I was thinking just a kind of a bit of articulation of those.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I just so nice to meet you, Craig. Finally, in person. So I just wondered, you previously worked for CMA.
Yep.
Now I understand you're at Deakin now.
Yep.
So the evidence will be here in the CMA. Is that from the current situation?
My understanding is he's here because he did that previous work. He's not here speaking for DECA. Is that
That's correct. I've asked Craig to return because he did the engagement on country with other staff that led that process for us. So I thought it'd be good to have Craig, and Craig volunteered his time to come back to represent the work that he did with traditional owners across the project. So it'd be good to hear from the person who did it rather than just have me solely talk. So Craig's here on my behalf.
Yeah, so in that case, then I just wanted noted that Not happy with that, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms Nichols. Mr Kellerman, are you going to start off?
Yes, can do. So our organisation was involved way back when the proposals were first developed. So the SDL concept was created. And in fact, before that, with the Living Murray Works, there's Haddock kind of works out at Lindsay Lonkle Polar Islands. When this proposal became a possibility, the CMA had engagement works between 2011 and 2014 with traditional owners on the concepts, leading up to a business case being developed. And some individual groups chose to provide letters of support at that point in time. Following that, when the proposals gained legs, we commenced with the cultural heritage management process and other works, which I'll talk about more broadly. And we took the opportunity through the cultural heritage management plan development to engage with traditional owners in a way which is less common, which is to have traditional owners be a part of the fieldworks with archaeologists so that we could form an understanding of the values on the landscape before the design works were completed. And so that's been a really extensive process and one which has evolved over time. The VMFRP is a partnership of multiple agencies, and the agencies all had to come together and understand what does partnership with the traditional owner community look like? What does free, prior and informed consent look like for a project like this? And so it was working with, we took the proposal, especially in areas where there is not a registered Aboriginal party and their ownership is shared or contested in locations, that we would not exclude any party who had interest in the project. And so we went to significant lengths to ensure that anyone who expressed an interest in the landscape in which we're operating had the opportunity to participate or have representatives participate and represent their interests in the project. And so we've been through the CHP process broadly has, I suppose I'll say 3 stages. One is the standard assessment when you're walking across the landscape to understand what values might be physically present on the surface. Then there's a subsurface testing approach once you sort of, I suppose, pinpoint other areas where you might be able to do works that doesn't interface with surface materials. And then there's, once you're understanding of all those values you've found, you can start to consider management conditions you might put in. And so we've had traditional owners involved through the standard assessment process to understand what's visible on the landscape from all representative groups who expressed an interest and desired to be a part of that work. That doesn't mean that those traditional owners are supporting the project. Participation is not an expression of support. And then we went into complex assessment, and that work, because that involves, invasive activity in a floodplain where you're digging to understand what values might be present. The methodology got written up by the archaeologists, and we went through a process of gaining consent from all of those groups to ensure that they consented in the methodology to move forward. The complex work was completed, and we've entered a different phase now, which is looking at what the management conditions might be. So given the values that are present on the landscape, what are some of the management conditions that could be employed to ensure protection and preservation of those values whilst conducting the works to benefit the landscape. The other works that have started at that same time is what we call environmental water management plans. A lot of the documents submitted have referenced those documents. And so we've started to work with traditional owners on what we need to put in those environmental water management plans to ensure that traditional owner aspirations and values are incorporated. Alongside that process, there is business as usual activity of the CMA. So we've got environmental watering that occurs on an annual basis, or consideration of where environmental water could or should go in a temporary sense. We have talk water events where we engage with those same traditional owner groups from across this catchment. We take the same approach there, that anyone who's interested can be a part of that process. And a newer project which has been formed, which is called Aspirations, that's working with traditional owners on their aspirations that are not being delivered directly by VMFRP. So other things that might exist on floodplains, be it intergenerational learning, pest plant animal control, independent control of adjacent land or parks land. So there's a myriad of other engagement activities that occur beside the VMFRP that's been going on for quite a long time. Yes, that's what's immediately on top of my mind, but happy to take questions throughout the day.
Thank you. So the assessment that was done by R8, so you kind of oversaw the preparation of that work.
So we facilitated traditional owner engagement in that work. So our role was to get traditional owner voice into that journey. So all the way through from the standard to complex and now the write-up process.
Yeah. You also made a comment, participation is not an indication of support. That to me would seem to be quite a critical point.
Extremely, it's very important. And it's the same for even the CMA, you know, we're going on this journey, we're a regulator for this project as well too. And the final outcome, once the final design's done and all the values are assessed, once we have to offer our recommendation, it'll be based on, you know, the final package of works. And it's the same for traditional owners. We go through the process together. Let's consent for doing, you know, the standard assessment. Let's consent for the complex. Let's work on the management conditions together. Let's work on the environmental water management plan. Let's talk about how your involvement is going to be in the operation of the site going forward. And then when we're ready to cross that finish line to construct, are we all consenting? And our role is not to mind whether one party likes or dislikes the project. Our objective is to ensure that all traditional owner voices, be they yay or nay, are heard and understood in considering the final solution.
Thank you. Questions? Does anyone want to ask questions of the gentleman? Ms. Nichols?
Yeah, I did get a phone call from you, Craig, in the early days, and I did express my views about my thoughts about projects on the grounds that they are taking place in a highly sensitive heritage area that I've been associated and other community members have been associated for a long time. And I did say to you that I would not accept a payment for the project. And I wasn't aware at that time that you'd still pay people to participate. So I just wanted that noted, that payment was upfront by CMA for whoever participated. But for those that chose not to, it wasn't expressed to me.
Payment is not something we are considering. It's a tricky issue because there's been from my understanding, and I've worked in this space, obviously not as a traditional owner, I'll say again, there's been an expectation for decades that traditional owners will provide their knowledge and their speciality for nothing. And so again, payment is specifically out, not something we're looking at. Yeah. And from our point of view, whether someone was paid or not, it is actually not relevant to our consideration. So, but it is notable. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify from my cultural perspective. I don't want to upset anyone, but often you dangle the carrot, kind of our mob, and because we live in a low poverty area. Yes, we will take that patient and sometimes put at risk our heritage.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Yeah, sorry, Mr. Bell.
I was going to say, if there aren't questions from me directly, I'm sure Craig might like to also present some more content on his time.
Probably not at this stage. Yeah, I'd rather kind of. Yeah. I'm not saying not at all. I'm just saying at the moment I'd probably rather. Yeah.
Just on, I have
yeah, Mr.
Just on regards to the registered Aboriginal party, were you acting under one or?
So we never do. We're an independent authority. There is a registered Aboriginal party that is in 2 of the project locations. But that's not in the central district where we're talking at the moment.
I don't know if you're aware of it, but the native title is just on the cusp, so things will sort it out.
That's right.
And I don't think that these decisions what you're making at this table should be made at this time. And this should be put off because we have native title, so things are going to get sorted out. So I think that, I don't know if this meeting is relevant or whatever, but we've got native title, so I think we might have to wrap this up until after, prolong it or something like that, because native titles come and it will sort out a lot of things out there. Does it make sense to you?
I understand.
As in registered Aboriginal party and all that.
Yeah, I'll look there.
That's who's going to be in full control of that as a TA.
At this point in time, all we can do is work with all parties who express an interest in
Yes,
the landscape. So we make sure we do that, and your opinion is valued, and we'll pass that on. That's all I can. That's our objective, is to make sure you're heard.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And that every other group who expresses interest in that landscape are heard, so that on balance, a decision can be made to move forward or not.
And it's just in regards to which TAs you do talk to and engage with. I've got here the Wamba, Barappa, Waddy corporations, you've been dealing with them out there in my country.
One individual, I believe, identified when they put their, when they identified where they come from. They are also a member of that group and they reference themselves as that group.
So who's the projects officer? Who's the projects officer?
I don't understand the question, sorry.
Well, if you've got somebody that's TAs that's doing this and a culture heritage, you've done a culture heritage management.
It's not concluded. The
It's not
process is still
concluded, it's
underway.
still ongoing.
That's correct. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so.
And you're operating with these TAs from the Wamba, Barappa, and Waddy. How does those two other countries, Wamba and Barappa, thing into my country?
As I said, so an individual who
Who's
was,
the individual?
I'm not going to identify individuals who took part in the process. I want to respect that. If they want to identify themselves, happy to do that. But I'm just saying that one person who
I think they might have come here today.
they may have an individual who participated, identified themselves, one report as being a part of that group, not so they're not a part of another group. So that's why that name's there. Our organisation hasn't been directly engaging with that organisation. That's what I'm suggesting. That's all. I don't think necessarily those two groups that you're describing as not recognising as their country. I don't think they.
Yeah, but in all fairness, they should be here at this table. They should be here. Like a title, but name title coming, and things will get sorted out. So as to the registered party, and you've still got an ongoing CHMP going, and then you're coming to this. So, you know,
From my perspective, when projects
not
kicking
kicking
off. And they advertise it's for people of interest. They disregard traditional owners and it's people of interest. So people of interest can be Wamba, Barappa, they can even be Zulu.
Yeah, expressions.
But they get, you know, just with the native title thing, that could be 15, 20 years
Yeah.
on average. That's
Yeah.
what it usually takes. But I just wanted to say something about what Marilyn said, if she declined to be involved in it. What my family, we chose to be involved in it. The CHMP, we found it was important to be out on the country, to check on our sites, see if there's any human remains been uncovered, any other cultural heritage that hasn't been reported. We thought that was an important reason for us to be out there. So that's why we chose to be involved. Being involved is not consent, and we haven't given consent yet. We're waiting for the full CHMP report to be done for us to sit and look at it and then decide whether we will or won't consent. That's just to clarify why we were out there on site, and we will continue to remain out there on site.
Mr. Kelly, can I ask, and if you guys just want to talk and don't want me butting in, then just let me know. From the work you've seen so far and being out on country, and I obviously don't want you to talk about specific sites, do you think the surveys have been, like, have they been comprehensive? Have you found new sites or rediscovered sites, if I can put it that way?
We discovered sites. I wouldn't say it was comprehensive because we didn't walk over all the country. We did find a lot of new cultural heritage items, not so much human remains, but other items of cultural heritage. And why I say I didn't feel it was comprehensive is because if the forest is going to be flooded, we needed to walk all over the forest, not just in particular areas where construction and the construction zone. We felt that we needed to go outside the construction zone to the wide area where the floodplain was, if there was going to be any flooding of that forest area. But overall, we didn't get to find especially further down the river, I mean, we're not talking about belts at the end of today, but down around that area, there was hundreds and hundreds of artifacts.
Thank you. Ms. Nichols, did you?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on the things that spoke about. Yes, we have got a claim that's in process at the moment with the North area, which I've been involved with, and yes, CMA was Josh White, I spoke to last week. So I was one of the members that actually received his letter, of which I spoke to him about that misleading information of several Aboriginal communities members in it, and wanted some clarification of why this letter read so smoothly, like everything was hunky-dory. Which brings me then to the question of, I have seen your progress mapping, and cultural heritage in that line of progress is one of those tick the boxes, move to the next bit, and then you're out to the works. So whether you disagree with what's happening to your traditional lands or not, I feel like these reinforce projects upon the ancestors in those lands and the heritage within that landscape, which are, I know, under the Aboriginal Heritage Act. Listening to speaker last week about the water and the possibility of raising the levee banks higher to the current flood level. I have a very difficult understanding of how our ancestors will be not flooded and drowned within that landscape. My concern is that CMA have got a history of putting in water in the landscape without speaking to traditional owners. Myself has experienced that in previous time with the United Forest. So their water regime doesn't match the seasonal pattern of this landscape, which goes further than the scientific evidence that they're basing this on. So I have great concerns about the science approach to the heritage that's in our and the trends to just change patterns to suit climate change.
Would you like me to provide some? response?
Just through the chair.
Mr. Kelly.
Okay.
Sorry, you go for it. You go on.
Yeah, now, quite a few of my family was involved in our country, and I can 100% assure you, we were not ticker box traditional owners. We had many robust discussions with not only Craig can attest to that, but we still remain friends, even though we had dramatic robust discussions. We had robust all-out discussions with the archaeologists, where we're definitely not ticker boxing. We're definitely not out there to be seen as more than Jackie Jackies.
Through the chair, look, I respect your decision, Marilyn, but for you to say that our culture and heritage was any at risk, it was your choice not to be a part of it. We chose to be a part of it, and there's no way, as long as I'm involved or still breathing, or anyone that of my family are out there, that any culture and heritage will be at risk with any project. We went there to tick the box, we went there to make sure culture and heritage was protected to the best of our capability. And a lot of that was because of the work that Craig did do, listening to the TAs on site and relaying that through other, like say, high management, and getting our voice heard and getting what we thought, right for us.
Just for clarification, my concern was about the water level, which we're not understanding appropriately yet, just how high. What I heard last week was that it was going to be possible to the heights of the current flood level, and that they will be bringing in extra materials, earth from elsewhere, to build those things higher to the watermark. So I am concerned about the height of that water, and no one has actually done any investigation into the impacts of that on the burials, which don't sit at the top of the mound, they're down in the mound. Myself being part of one of those burials for repatriation. So I have not seen and understood any clarification that they will be safe under the Aboriginal Heritage Act. We can only assume. So that's my concern.
Most of it's speculation in what these guys are after, and the result coming out of this in not too long to go, it'll be after Wednesday, so the results will come out of this. Now, you say that yous are not here to sign on or tick on anything. And you say that these guys do voluntary, they don't, you know, it's not about the money or whatever, it's about the culture. Yeah, okay, well, why didn't you come and engage, come to me? Well, I've been at the start of this since the get-go,
Our team,
guardians and all. I've been at the start of this. So you've gone around and gone past me and came to these two.
our door has remained open all the way through.
Your doors remain open. Why didn't you come around and see me?
There's been approximately 50 individuals who participated all the way through. I can't talk for your individual family. I don't know if you've had representatives involved.
We did AWAS,
Sorry,
Aboriginal water
Yes.
assessments, okay? We've done a few out there. You take that into consideration?
not in the cultural heritage. Or
See, me and my brothers live here.
I can't talk to the work that you've done in the.
We lived in
I'm aware of
Nairobi.
it, sorry.
It's our country. You've not come near us. And then you go to these guys.
As I said,
And I'm gonna see the results come out of this. And it better not be what I think it might come out of it, okay? And I'm a TA.
When this,
I know there's a bit of skullduggery.
when these projects were first kicking off, and widely advertised, widely put around the communities, the projects were going to go ahead, there were meetings held. Everybody was notified, as far as I know. I know Craig went door knocking. He even come to Wodonga and spoke to me personally.
Oh, we went all the way to
And
Wodonga.
he did come to Swan Hill. Let me have my say. You had your
He
say.
went all the way to
Let me have
Wodonga.
your say. You and Brendan and that worked together and refused to have anything to do with, even had a coal coin and Balsas and that. That's, you chose to do that. Our family chose to be involved. I don't speak for your family, you don't speak for mine. I will not disrespect your family in here. And I expect you to give me the same back, and not disrespect my family. And I better disrespect what you've said before. These two out there doing that. Yeah, we're going to be on country doing cultural heritage. We're going to protect our. You might live in Swan Hill and we don't live in Swan Hill. But we come from the same ancestor, Victoria Weprapper, a waddy woman. We got just as much right whether we live on country or not.
It's a form of engagement.
Yeah, look, I understand. I don't know what the reason was.
And what was the problem with you coming around and having a talk to me?
Who?
Or come around and
Who, me or,
yourself to come
Well,
and have a talk?
as far as I'm concerned, I'm elder of my family, and I speak for my family. It's not my job to get run to you. I don't think we was on very good terms at the time. I didn't think your door was open to me. Because of the ongoing conflict between you, with you and Brendan.
My door was always open.
Well, why was it up to me to come running to you?
Can I just
Yes, yeah.
just jump in there?
Yeah, I know, we need to stop here, which is.
Yeah, no, I'm happy, happy for people to talk. This is important business that we are considering.
Yep.
And again, as I started off last week, we have enormous respect for everyone who's involved in this process. We can't speak for what's gone on in the past, and we are going to have limited influence in the future in terms of native title. But in this process and the work that Mr. Blake and I are doing Mr. Ham's assistants and others. But we're not, this voice is heard and this one is not. We're here to hear from everyone. So I would just like to kind of bring it back perhaps a little bit to the work that they have done. They, as in the CMA, for the proponent. If there's things that in the work that they have done, and we've had a look in detail at the 745-page report they've done, and the R8 report, which will lead into the CHMP. I guess one of the things we're interested in from all of you is if you think there are things that are missed in that process or additional things they need to do. Mr. Kelly's mentioned already that you would.
It's Mr. Kennedy.
Sorry, Kennedy. Rookie mistake. Sorry, Mr. Kennedy.
That's all right.
I've already been pulled up online, but I'm not having time to read all my messages.
That's okay.
So the point is, you raised some issues, Mr. Kennedy, about you know, you would have liked broader areas across the floodplain survey, for example. So
Oh, well, of course, I mean, that's just,
yes,
a given, yeah.
so I guess we're interested in some of the things that might not have been done as much as what has been done. Ms. Nicholas.
Yeah, I do have a grave concern about the communication strategy. They chose to engage with traditional owners who would put the hand up for their own purposes and reasons. But we have a local community in Swan Hill that have been very actively involved with many aspects out of the Nye Benefit Forest, to past projects and that, to fencing, to recording sites. And because they weren't identified as traditional owners, they failed to recognise those community members in Swan Hill who are Aboriginal, who are key stakeholders as well, and they have been left out of the process. And some of those still have, we have, thank you to the community member that's come along today. Their children have been raised. She's not a traditional owner from this area. She has the traditional owner children raised in this landscape, and run youth programs, and some of those program areas are now going to be flooded. So some of the community reflection on this hasn't been good, and they've been gravely missed out on because they've chosen to just talk to who would identify as traditional owners because there's no RAC in place.
Yeah, and again, Mr. Chaplin.
So there's always those that have been involved and those that weren't, are gonna have differences in opinion and everything else. But you all knew that who was a part of the project. What can you come to us, the TOs that were involved, and ask us? Was it always those that are involved have to run it around to everyone else? They knew who was involved, they knew what was going on, they could have come to us and asked, and we could have told them. Right, that the changes in the proposed works, look, no one knew what was going to happen with this flood. No one knew how high it was going to be. So, of course, things are going to change. It doesn't matter. End of the day, it's always our cultural heritage is always going to be protected. There's still works that have got to be done, reassessment of the sites and burial grounds and that after the floods. But you have to wait till we can actually get access in there. All right, so you're having a track of things that are just out of human control in general. So through the process, and yes, I've been involved with the program, with the project since day dot, back in 2015, when it was the SDL project. So yeah, I've been involved from day dot. Look, the engagement wasn't the greatest, but as the process went on and the project went on, it got better and better. And CMA were actually more proactive than reactive in engagement. And yes, when I take your point earlier, there has been bad engagement with the CMA, but that was well where it is now in the past. We're now in the present, and we're looking forward to the future.
Yeah, so taking that, just through the chair, I'd like to know how do our local community now become engaged at such a late stage and their stakeholders, because they've been left out.
Did you want to respond to that, Mr.
Yeah,
Gillard?
happy to. So we have had considerable public presence for the project. So non-traditional owner Aboriginal Victorians have an opportunity with the rest of the community to be involved. We've been at every market we could possibly get to. We present to every friends of group or any group who wants to hear with us. We advertise on social media, on the radio, in newsprint. The projects are not complete yet. Our environmental water management plan process will be out for public consultation. So we'll work with the community to get those inputs in there. So environmental water management plans don't just focus on cultural values, they also focus on recreational and social outcomes as well too. So as with the, we were here before VMFRP, we'll be here after it. The VMFRP is just, in our view, a tool that enables us to improve outcomes for floodplain. Our organisation will remain and we're available to meet with groups. So if there are pockets of the community that we haven't reached, I would be more than happy to engage with you and those groups to make sure we do get out there. Because our intent is open door, and we copped a bit of criticism earlier, and I get that about the process of when you haven't got a wrap, having your door open for any party that's interested. But it's certainly not our role to decide who is the right person for countries. There are established processes that you describe, which is native title and wrap and others to deal with that. And we don't want to get into your business about deciding who's right for country. And so CHMPs, as you mentioned, are really sensitive. And that's not for general community. That is for people who believe they are the rightful traditional owner for the land. The broader community, though, we've got engagement staff. We're in the community. We're more than happy to meet and talk.
Yeah. So just on that follow-up, then I'd like it noted that CMA have failed to work with the local Aboriginal community of Swan Hill, only with traditional owners. And so the communication hasn't gotten out to a lot of community families. Who I understand quite a few are not happy about what's going on. And their engagement process hasn't been defined properly to meet our cultural ways of doing business.
Through the record, our cultural heritage is there for us traditional owners to protect, not for community members or somebody that comes in a couple of hours ago into the community and wants to know everything and anything going on. It should be just for the traditional owners to be out there protecting and preserve cultural heritage. People are waddy people, people are waggy people. And we're not talking about Belser and that, we're talking about Burra and we're talking about VMFRP, I assume, right? It should be right. Should be waggy and waddy people talk. You're going to talk to the whole community. You're going to have hundreds and hundreds of people there. You may not, because a lot of people don't really care when it comes to cultural heritage, because they're not traditional owners. So no, I disagree about too much community involvement. Yes, you can have community involvement, but not to the detriment of traditional owners.
Just following that, I still think it's incorrect to pick and choose. Community members are stakeholders, like friends are stakeholders, and like anybody else in the SDL projects, they can write a submission in. So I find that kind of very selective.
So
And
there's,
that I find that they have.
Can I just cut in there, please, through the
And I'm
chair?
sorry, we're going to get a little bit more.
And that's-
I might need to do. my
There's
own
the reason
research.
why when it comes to culture and heritage, Maryland, through the act, traditional owners are the only one allowed to speak to culture and heritage. It's in legislation and law. Any other issues in the project, fine, community to have a say. But when it comes to culture and heritage, there you go, it's written in black and white.
yeah, just
I'm taking the time out.
We need to have, because what I might say have been a few people.
so what I'll just comment is that,
Through the Native Title Act to identify what
Yeah.
family groups.
yeah, we talked about that a bit, the things that we can't control in our work here.
Yeah.
But I guess the other thing I'd probably just make a comment about is our understanding of values. And obviously there's the traditional owner values, which are very much associated with country. Then there might be broader First Nations people's interests. And then you've got the broader community who may have nothing, no engagement or no First Nations background. So we're kind of aware there's many layers of interest and complexity here. So we're being very careful in our minds not to sort of mix up and
Yeah, I'm
turn it
just
right and
concerned
throw it
about
all
the
away.
communities.
Yeah, I understand that.
stakeholders, not that.
Excuse me, through the chair, I mean, but as traditional owners, we're the apex, right? We do not want to be overrun by community members, people of interest, some of these non-Aboriginal groups that suck in a few Aboriginal people and get into the head to the detriment of traditional owners. Me personally, I only recognise 2 people in the UST as traditional owners of this country. And he's one sitting next to him, and I'm the other one. That's the only 2 I recognise. But if you want to get people from the community come in and talk, and there's only 6 traditional owners and there's about 30 people of interest or community members, our voice is going to be not heard. It's like now, Marilyn seems to be getting to speak a lot more than us, and we've got to wait for her to finish. And sometimes we get to speak, and sometimes we don't. But I think we need to take a break. It's a bit heated.
Well, just
No,
through the
I'm not
chair, I
getting
did
angry,
ask
but
for
just-
time to speak
Yeah, just-
without upsetting people, so I can speak how I feel. I did put a submission in, and these are part of the things. that we
Let's,
need to-
let's take a cup of coffee. Let's just stand down for maybe 10 minutes, just have a bit of a break, have a coffee. We'll come back in.
Can I just make one good point about something that was mentioned before about burial grounds? At my VMFRP, I'm concerned about the water getting in because they're buried below the ground. Them burials have been there for thousands of years. Prior to settlement, there was many floods every 4 or 5 years, and I'll explain that later when I have my talk. There were floods coming through. Now, there was water getting in over the top of them burial grounds for hundreds and hundreds of years prior to white settlement in this country. Well, I can't see where that's a major issue. My belief is that that's been used as a political sword. That's what that's been used for, burial mounds. As I said, there have been floods going through there for hundreds and hundreds of years. Every 4 or 5 years, we had water coming through.
Yeah, well, through the chair, I would just like to talk about later, when we come back, we'll go out, call off or whatever. I'm all right, but I want to talk to about the Haddock-Kilcoyne regulator that was put in there quite a few years ago, and I tried to stop. So I'm trying to stop this one, but never mind, that one in Haddock-Kilcoyne got built.
Right,
And I'd
let's,
like to know, but I'm just.
yeah, let's have a cup of
Overheated
coffee.
there, but I'm just
No,
taking
that's fine.
something out there.
We'll start again at, let's say 10 past
Have
11.
a break.
Just to kick off again, what I'd like to give to Mr. Watson or Wilson, Watson, thank you. Not good with names today. Would you be able to perhaps just give us a bit more of a detailed outline of the consultation that you did do in preparing the reports associated with the project?
Sorry, can I just jump in there?
Sorry, Mr.
I've been asked by Mr. Decker from DECA to clarify that whilst Mr. Watson is currently employed by DECA, he has been asked here today to speak to what he did when he worked at the CNA. So this is not in some way DECA's position. This is merely evidence of what happened in the past, or statements that are not true.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Could I ask
I'm sort of not, what would you like to ask, Dr. Kelly?
I just want to ask, Mr. Kellerman stated that they had come down here live, done a whole lot of consultation. I want to ask Mr. Kellerman when he started with the project, and whether he is aware that through many requests for a public meeting,
There's other forms of
since
consultation for public
2018.
meetings.
Well,
Public meetings, in my experience, are not very useful, but anyway.
well, in our community, that they are the done thing,
Okay.
and they are good, and they help with the way community deals with things, and we like to hear the information, listen to each other's positions, have a discussion, and that's how best practice is.
So in the time we've got, can I ask Mr. Watson just to explain what was done for our information? Because,
If Mr. Cullen could answer the question.
so how long have you been involved with this project? It's the question.
I've been employed with the LSCMA since 2016, September.
Thank you.
And this project?
Directly and indirectly since 2014, and more directly involved in the project. God, do you remember when I joined? No, I'd have to come back to you, sorry, I'd have to look back through my emails.
Around 2018, 2019.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, like that was been with the panel, but yeah.
A few years.
Okay, Mr. Watson, could you give us that outline, please?
Yep, so,
In a minute, Ms. Nichols.
yep, so to start with, we took on a broad approach. We went around to engage with people through the ORIC sites, checked out who was who, and who we can approach, who we can't approach, in regards to a broad looking prospect. Went to people with an open door, contacted people with an open door again, not whether they wanted to do anything to do with the project, whether they did or didn't have anything to do with the project. Had the open door aspect of everywhere. Drove the state with people who were interested and did want to contact. They'd ring, they'd email, we'd ring, I'd ring, and then door knock as well. So I'd drive around door knocking the whole state, whether we got a reply or not. There was one instance where Ms. Nichols and that couldn't get contact, and other people. It's not just Nichols. There's other people. There's other people that I had no contact details, so I've actually gone and in-depthly looked for where these people reside and see if they'd like to be a part of it. Yeah, and just had an open door approach and just kept going with everything. Gave full open transparency as to what they would like within the project and the means and how the engagement process was to be conducted. And we continued with that, with what was asked.
And what sort of time period are you talking about for that work?
Constant, continuous.
So starting when and up to today?
Starting in 2019 when I first started and continued right through to last year.
And with people that you did contact or contacted you, did you have a sort of strong sense about feelings about the project generally?
Yep, but they're my opinions. I never ingested my opinions to anything. This is just the voice of the people. It was minuted, was then brought back and given it to the hierarchy. And then that voice was projected throughout the processes.
Thank you. Ian, did you have any questions for Mr. Watson?
Thank you for that, Chair. Not really, other than I suppose, Mr. Watson, I'd be interested in did any traditional owners change their view to participate or not to participate over time? Did people come and go in the process, whether those who saw it all the way through?
No, not that I've seen. Everyone who stated that they didn't want anything to do with the project, which was fine, have continued on with that thought. No one's actually gone and gone against it and then decided, oh no, yeah, no, we now want to be a part of it. It's been a constant, consistent avenue, and which is great and fine.
And those who said they wanted to be involved have continued to be involved from the very beginning, or when you first got them engaged.
Yeah. So we've gradually grown bigger and bigger. As we started, obviously, it's a slow process. So there was a few people engaged, and then that got bigger and bigger and bigger, and then we have the whole community base that's now been engaged across from what we perceived of the major contacts and hoping that that point of contact was then distributing that information throughout the community.
Yeah, and up to the point where you left CMA, so I'm not asking about your views now, but up to the point where you left the CMA, you were confident or felt that you had done had reached out to as many people as possible?
Extremely confident. It was a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week job. And yep, anyone who, it was an open door, open phone, open email. It didn't matter what time, day, night, weekend, whatever. Always glad to have a yarn and answer any questions.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, Mr. Watson. Just moving on, thank you for outlining that for us. Can I just ask, you've had quite a lot to say through the week for this session. I'm talking about both of you. For this session, I'd really rather focus on the people at the table, if that's okay.
Related to consultation questions, and I've been on a community reference group that I
Just realise in doing it, you're taking time away from the people at the table. So that's all I'm saying.
I agree. Is it okay? If I ask
Please.
Mr. Callum in particular,
Yes.
and maybe to Mr. Watson a little bit. I've been on a community reference group in regards to this project and expressed concerns at various times and generally that one way. But one of the questions I asked, because I've been a part of consultations that have happened at SIAC, and one of the questions I've asked at the community reference group, give pre-informed consent. When these projects are explained to communities, is it explained that there are alternatives, such as that the constraints have been signed up to and that flows should be allowed, and there are other options for getting water into these areas? Because when I've been at consultations meetings, it has been said to people, this is the only way to get water into this building. So have you changed that approach? Using evidence of that other alternatives, and that it's also that these projects are instead of the river to go to the river, so they will result in less water in the river in the long term.
I think the prior presentations that this committee have answered why constraints are not an option. Don't do the same thing as VMFRP. They are completely different projects. With
But
different
they are an alternative.
I don't believe they are an alternative, no, and the evidence seems to suggest that they're not alternatives.
We'll disagree about that,
Okay.
but some of the ecologists think that they are.
So there's a
No,
broader.
no, I don't want to take up any more.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, just going back to our earlier discussion, did anyone want to comment on the engagement that Mr. Watson's put, Mr. Kelly and then Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
Kennedy?
Yep.
It's been a long week, I apologise again.
How I got involved in it was that Mr. Watson, an Indigenous man from Swanhill, grew up here, went to school here, and Ken Stewart and Millie CMA. They approached me and asked if I wanted to be involved in it, me and my brother Richie. And we said, of course, we want to be consulted all the way through. We still want to be consulted. But ironically, why I'm mentioning Mr. Stewart is from this community. He grew up here. I know he was born here, but he grew up here. Went to school here, lived and worked here, and the community knows him.
Thank you. So that was a direct approach way back at the start of the project.
Direct approach, exactly.
Ms. Nichols?
Yeah, I think it's important that I speak separately. Sorry, Craig, I've lived in Swanhill, born here, and I know the communities that actually first were assimilated into the local community first years ago. Grown up here, and apology does not know you. Growing up here, nor has I've seen members of your family communicate or participate in our community events and that. We've had to fight for our rights here. So I just wanted to know, I have it written down here. It's just more about my my concerns about the process of. I don't want to make a personal thing, but if you like, I can speak slightly about it in my own time and with you. Just about the process of engagement. So. Sorry, I wasn't sure whether you put a submission in, Mr. Watson, to speak to it at this, or whether you're a traditional owner or representative of the community, or it's because now in your role, as a DECA employee and CMA have just called you back in to talk to.
They called him back in because he did all the work, all the groundwork. That's why they called him back in to speak today. It's got nothing to do with DECA. It's all about the work he did with the CMA over the last 3 years, I think. It's nothing to do with DECA. He's not here for
So
DECA.
probably that guess, I'm asking that to be noted.
It's been noted,
That was
Mr. Waters
previous
just brought us.
employee.
Yeah, that's right, absolutely.
It should be noted that Mr. Ken Stewart was a previous employee It was part of the engagement process in the beginning.
Maybe just moving on to what might happen from here. We obviously need to make recommendations on the projects to the minister, not in relation to the Cultural Heritage Management Plan. That's a separate process, as I've said a number of times through this hearing. But I guess there wouldn't be disagreement, would there, that there should be as much engagement going forward. There's the traditional owner engagement on the Cultural Heritage Management Plan, which is one thing, but the broader engagement of both the First Nations communities and the broader community, that's all important going forward.
With the broader engagement and boots on the ground from the CHMPs, continuity management, and that there are actually more community members than traditional owners out on country. So I think that there was a big balance there between community members and traditional owners.
Thank you. Ms. Nichols?
Yeah, I just wondered, just how exactly, Craig, you probably know this, how many different traditional owner family groups, CMA's working with traditional owners that are not yet put our hands up, so we are, but we haven't gone to that native process. So how many different family groups, or it's just?
I couldn't put a number on it because it's not, it's forever evolving.
So it's just an estimated of members.
My estimation is 6.
That's in the file documents.
So 6 families, were they all Wadi DO? Were they
Yes.
traditional owners of Wadi?
Yes,
I think so.
Oh, yeah.
So I guess the definition of how CMA sees a traditional owner and how we see ourselves often gets confused in that government world.
I think it's been made clear to us by the CMA that they don't decide who's a traditional owner.
Yes,
So
and
that's not their job to decide.
absolutely, and
Yeah.
I
That's
think
our job.
Yeah,
you're
that is our
suggesting
job.
that they might be trying to do that, and I get the impression they're trying very hard not to do that because it's
Yeah.
not their role. Or
I
But I know for a fact there's 6 families, sorry. There, but I know there's 6 families. I bet you one out of that whole family is a traditional owner. One family.
Yeah.
I'll bet you any money. But
Mr.
the other 5, they're not white people. I know this for a fact.
Oh,
And again,
I disagree with that.
yeah, and that's fine, but again, we're obviously not going to be talking about that in our
No, that's
advisory
right.
minister.
It's-
So,
You want to
Chair.
answer from them, but they're not the judge of that.
through the chair, can I just make
Oh, yeah.
a suggestion that we actually stick to the facts of why we're here?
Yeah.
And we try and stay away from the
What?
community politics and the politics of how things go about.
we,
Otherwise, we'll be here for the rest of the month.
yeah, no, we are very interested in the values assessment that's been done on country, both in terms of the R8 report, obviously the CHMP has been put together. I guess one of the things we are most interested in is whether that survey work that's done, the assessment work that's been done by R8, whether it really does fairly reflect the values that exist in the landscape. And that's probably a big question for everyone. And the report itself, as I said, is a very big piece of work. It's pretty hard to grapple with. So, but if there's any advice on, whether there needs to be more done or whether there are areas which weren't done that well, we'd appreciate that.
That's going on the report from R8. That's the archaeologists and the coast.
That's right,
Heritage
yeah.
advisors. That's only from their point of view and part of their job role. That is totally different to the job role that Craig had with the CMA as the engagement officer for the traditional owners and the cultural heritage works that happen. So let's just clarify that as well.
Perhaps to your comment, Mr. Chapman, we are, as Mr. Whitbush says, interested in the the impact upon the values of the area in a holistic way, understanding how the landscape works and how the implementation of the projects for inundation or frequent and deeper inundation would affect the landscape. So how the water would flow across the landscape, how it's sitting there for a longer time would interact with the values and what the consequences of that would be. So I'm interested to hear a little bit more from you people about that. And perhaps begin with this, Mr. Kirby. You mentioned your involvement with the waterway assessment program.
Yes, many,
Just keen to hear a little bit about what that is and what connection it has.
the water assessment, set the ends put in a pie and just graft of veg and all that. It's the ecosystem, we just go right through it, the water, animals, birds, everything's there. We've done an assessment on it, work out a graph and a pie, and we work out to the percentages there to everybody in agreement to what needs to be taking place
And does
in,
that happen
in the forest.
right? And does that happen?
That's replanting trees, trying to look after the smaller animals and all that. Hope they come back. They're still there, but it's not up to quite the standard. Nowhere near it, to say it. So we did that just to put it out to the government. It was run and sent to Canberra, and it was highly regarded as a proper process to that doing the AWAS, it's a Aboriginal Waterways Assessment, and it was, and you probably picked up on that somewhere. There's been a few of them out there. Then we get guys like you guys coming out and you're looking for people. You go all the way up to Albury, and you could have went just come in here.
Well, the thing is, you've done this A1 and,
We done those AWAS.
well, we didn't know about it. It was very secretive, but, can I just ask you
There's
one?
no secret to it,
Yes,
right?
it was, it's secret. What I was going to ask you was, where did you do the AWAS? VMFRP or?
Renifera, Woodwood, Naya, up through to Woodwood, up to the boundary band,
And, okay.
yeah.
And who funded this AWAS? Where did the funding come from, the players?
Well, look, I think.
I don't think
No,
that's.
this is very important. This is very important.
No.
Yes, it is.
No,
Was it funded by Mallee CMA? Was it funded by Murray-Darling Basin Authority? Was it funded by?
I think today, in terms of our focus on implementation of these
That's
projects and the consequences, we need to understand what information.
and
available
just
about the
another
outcome.
issue I'd like to bring to attention is the Hatter Calkine.
Mr.
Regulator.
Can I just stick with what happened in relation to waterway assessment? So you mentioned.
Yes, and good results come out of it.
Yes, and is there some, and you mentioned that there was some consideration in relation to Renifera. Are there documents that might be available to this committee to see in relation to the report?
Your reports, yeah, done so.
And we have those, or might they be made available?
I can bring them in, yeah, you get them. Yeah,
Could they be made available in hard copy or electronically? So we just.
yeah, we'll get them sent out.
Mr. Waters, you able to facilitate access to it and provision?
Yeah, to it now, it looks like it might be available on the MDBA website.
I would still like
Yeah,
to know
we'll
who
be
funded
available,
the Aboriginal water assessment.
Just perhaps coming back again to
It is
these.
very important.
Yeah.
In context, who funded the water assessments.
Thanks, Mr. Kennedy.
It
Just
can't be
coming back
involved with
to,
one project and it's funded from the same government body, and then say, oh, I wasn't engaged with this project, but I was involved with this one.
It's the outcomes that come out of it, right?
yeah,
Well, they funded it.
just
Doesn't
come
matter
back a
who
little.
funded it, it's the outcome.
Let's come back to these projects, just the.
Yeah, you don't read the
the-
case, every one.
One of the things that we've been very interested in is the physical operation of the floodplains. Obviously, that's
Yep.
critical in this project. Do we have good insight from communities and TOs into the cultural burning? Is that something that would have been regularly done on the floodplains? Because we've heard a lot about leaf litter loads and lack of flooding, which leads to increased leaf litter loads. In the past, do we have good community information on whether things like cultural burning would have, or even just burning I'm calling it cultural burning, would have been done on floodplains
In the forest you're talking about,
in the forest. Yeah,
Charlie, you speak.
I'm a burner, cultural burner practitioner. So we've been trying to work on getting cultural burning happening and training happening for our communities. So we have got a site in the VMFRP forest that was last infested by the last few floods ago, where a whole the introduced species, thistles grew in that landscape. So the best way to manage that would be through cultural burning. It's still on the list to be burned and tagged as a cultural burn for anybody who wants to put their hand up for it. So within the VMFRP forest, so the person in charge of that through the Mallee area is Trent Nelson. He's got the job to deliver that through our system, through our region.
I was probably more asking, do we have good knowledge that's being passed down through the generations that it used to be done?
Well,
That's what I'm
trying
really
to
asking.
answer that in the way that you've got to remember too that we're refinding our
Yeah, I understand that.
traditional ways of practice. But when you look at those movements in the landscape, they weren't there without fire. The fire was an important source like water, and the Wadi country over the river, along that river system, the Order, they traded fire sticks.
Yeah.
So the evidence that's written there and based there would suggest that yes, we would have burned country, otherwise it'd be in a worse state than what it is now.
Mr. Chaplain?
So short answer is traditionally, yes, but after settlement and with all the layers of
I know what you're saying.
bureaucracy
I
and
know.
red tape and everything, so no, it hasn't been practicing in at least 20 odd years.
A possibly related question, the committee went out to look at VMFRP and park areas last week, a site inspection. And it was our impression that there was a much more vigorous plant growth after the late 2022 floods in Nile than in VMFRP. And so I've been asking a few of the expert witnesses, ecologists and hydrologists and so forth, we've had this week as to do they agree with that, if they've been to have a look, and if they have thoughts as to why that might be the case. And as Mr. Wimbush just alluded to, there was some comment from the ecologist yesterday that maybe it was litter though. I'm just wondering from you folks.
Yes, there is.
Have you noticed the difference? And do you have any thoughts?
That if it had been managed and burnt off prior to any flooding, yeah, we would probably have more plant growth and more ground cover growth, traditional plants coming back. But because we went from one extreme, from drought to flood in the 2010, 2011 flood, and now we've had this flood and lack of water within the system to be able to put on there to, after you burn, you put water on it to promote growth, as you traditionally do. So due to lack of water in the system and just weather events in the past, that has been done. Now we've got starting to look at it, and we're starting to put things in place where we can actually start going out and do traditional cultural burns. Thanks to Mel Bonty, we've been talking to Trent Nelson, and we're getting that up and running and started.
Is Parks Victoria in this area, who understands the land manager, the government land manager, are they working closely with you in trying to encourage this sort of joint management?
The
Or
local staff are really good. It's just when we get up the chain, that's when it actually gets lost and it's messed up. That's when things don't happen, when it actually has to go up the chain. Local staff are 100% supportive and behind us. So yeah.
if these projects were built and we only give advice to the minister, it'll be up to the minister to work out what she wants to do with them. That kind of ongoing involvement in landscape management would presumably something that would be very, very important.
Yeah,
Well,
the Blackwater events.
As it was hinted to last week, if we had they had to follow through with the River Rego report, the VIAC River Rego report, and some of the recommendations. And the biggest one there, the traditional owner majority water management, if that had actually went through and got up, I think a lot of issues would have been alleviated back then. But because past processes and past reports and everything else and things that were recommended and promised haven't actually come to light. I think honestly, it was the proclamation was June 30, 2010, and then 23, and I think we're better off with it as state forest than we are as regional park.
You might know also that the state government is rewriting the whole public land legislation. And I think one of the things they're looking at is to try and write in traditional owner co-management or management. So it's things take a long time, as you probably know.
Well, that River Red Gum assessment report was completed and in 2009 and put out final document in 2010, early 2010, and that was one of the major recommendations was to a majority management board management. Plus other 30 other odd recommendations that haven't been implemented.
Are there other issues that, and again, focusing on the country and the projects rather than the politics, are there any other issues that you want to put forward to us that we can take away and have a think about around traditional values in that landscape? Obviously, there's a difference. Well, there may be differences of opinion in whether the project should go ahead or not. That's understood. But are there particular aspects of traditional values there that we should be thinking about that haven't been discussed perhaps this morning in enough detail?
How the landscape works.
Yeah, I'll speak to that. The hydrology of the landscape traditionally and how it was traditionally farmed was fish farming by the traditional owners back then, the old people that are buried in that landscape. That hasn't been recorded yet. Fish traps, the mini runways that come from the riverbank into the lower lying area where there's a lot of water that's playing in areas what they call swampy areas, which we find a lot of those red gum saplings growing in. And the Parnimolu Creek is a highly important part of that whole landscape with that water within that natural hydrology and the impact of future ideas about how that should be managed will be invasive on what's not yet been recorded in that landscape. For me, it's as highly important as the Gunditjmara eel trap stone arrangements that have finally got listed as after the many years of those people that we still are doing that with.
So we've heard a lot about the Parnimolu Creek through this process. So where there are barriers and the golf course track barrier is one that's been talked about quite a bit. As part of the projects, if they're looking at trying to restore more of the original flows, that would seem to be a good thing. If they're taking out some barriers and putting, despite the fact they're putting in a whole lot of new ones.
Yeah, that was Kane was on country when we discussed that many years ago in the very first beginnings of when we started to talk to CNA, Mildura, about putting water in that landscape for environmental reasons. Often we didn't know when they were doing it because they just did it without talking to us. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so we did talk about those barriers so that it could go back to a natural flow in that creek line, because they're related to the red dirt country where the shell middens are all at the Nile golf course,
Right near that
directly
block,
in the floodplain and the burial grounds and the mounds and the shell middens in that landscape. I do worry about the shell middens and their existence from now on, because it's not a practice anymore to took shells from the river because the rivers are dirty, and then they're mud cleaners, so they clean up all the silver shit.
Excuse my ignorance, but the shellfish are freshwater mussels.
Freshwater mussels. So my concern about those is that once they're gone, because we're not doing the practice anymore. Yeah,
I think we're losing a bit of focus. Well, we're focusing in on just these certain areas, but we've also got to look at broader landscape. You know, the lakes surrounding. Because the lake system actually act like a filter system.
it's all part of it.
So we're focusing on just a small section, but we're going to look at the whole basin, the whole water landscape, the lakes and everything, and filter the water through, going from one end to the other, whether it's coming from, say, upstream or downstream, or whether it's coming down from New South. Because it all acts as one. It's just
Sort of just look at one little bit and say that's where we've got to do something.
don't look at just the river through Niagara and Burra. You got to look at, you know, the Walcook River coming in, the Bidgie, when it comes down to Boca, the Loddon, because usually when all three peak, that's when we have a natural flood.
And it's the money,
Yeah.
that is one hill.
And that'll come down through the lake systems, the Green Lakes, down through Kangaroo Lake, Lake Boga, through Little Murray and Maribor. And so you got to look, I think that's where we get a little lost a lot of time. We focus on just a certain area. And even with coastal heritage management, okay, for us as TAs, we look at the broader landscape and how things are going to affect the broader landscape. But when you're going into cultural heritage management, by the legislation and law, the heritage wise are only restricted to the activity area. Where we're always looking at the broader area, how to affect the broader landscape around that area and what could be close. Every day it's out of their activity area and out of their scope. For us, it's not.
Mr. Chapman, things you're saying there about the wider landscape and the inputs, we've had discussion information during the week about the hydrologists identifying the backflow up Burra Creek as a result of input from the Warkle. And I've asked you a question trying to understand the larger sort of catchment context. Could you offer now or some other way, some other more specific observations? You mentioned a few points of input, but in terms of understanding the area that we're looking at, the influences upon what I mean, influences upon those areas and sort of local things which your traditional knowledge might provide a useful understanding for us to.
Look, the whole Murray-Darling Basin works together as one. You got your northern basin and your southern basin. So pretty much from anything that comes down from many lakes will flow down through them rivers, through the Murray, Bidgie, the Walcool there, which actually also feeds into the Murray. And when the water comes down at certain times, and it all comes into the Murray, that's when we get the natural high water, and that's when we have our natural flood events in certain areas.
It's also when the snow melts too. We've identified the snow melts in the mountain areas. It's all by a country. It comes down to the Murray, which is the main vein. So the whole impact on how our current water systems are being managed is totally not nutritional, right? They would have been in the landscape.
Not to mention the dams higher up.
Yeah.
They control it, including probably what would happen in these areas. We don't have the gateway key. So it's a concern as well. And so therefore the seasonal water that once used to flow across that country and then natural hydrology will depend on this water and when and how.
Yeah, well, it's the water level between locks and locks, okay? So you're not letting the water through. So let's not forget that. Try and sneak around that. It's not coming into this conversation, but I'm bringing it in. It's water level between lock and lock. Those waters will go into that creek, natural flows, anytime someone's got the tap on, someone turning the tap on and off, okay? So I don't know what he's talking about here. The water level is not there what it used to be.
Yes.
And the water would flow through that creek all the time. I grew up, there was always water in that creek. They stopped talking whatever. There was always water in that creek since I've been a kid. And up to an adult, and in a certain area, no more water there.
The regulation right across.
The regulation between locks has been, they're taking that water away from us.
And
that's how we're not getting natural flows. Come on.
But I would never actually stop at the most because
Get-
they're actually landscape between two blocks. Because it gets stopped at Drumbury, also it gets stopped at Romwell.
Yes, they got the water.
Yeah.
They hold it up. They turn the tap on. They turn it off. You get your natural flows through their regulators, block 11 and whatever. Don't you time thing,
There's no,
They use playing a game here and we're trying to figure out, we gotta give them all the cultural aspects of everything. When they're playing a game here.
there's no illusions from us, and I'm not talking about proponent.
No,
I'm
not
talking
you.
about-
It's just, these guys, Lara Murray, okay, they got from lock to lock. And
Yeah.
we used to have water here going in there all the time. And you don't have to need a regulator to let natural flows. So
There's been a lot.
someone
said about
playing a
the
game.
Darling. There's been a lot said about the water in the whole system, whether we're talking all the way up from
Who's turning the
Queensland
tap
coming
on?
down the Darling.
It ain't
the
me.
top of the Murray.
It's not them. It's these guys. Trying to beat us against each other.
Okay, Ian, did you want to jump in with any questions or anything? I think we'll probably
Not at all.
move towards wrapping up pretty soon on this section.
I don't have any further questions or queries, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ian. Any last comments or questions that people want to put before we close this session? I'd just like to,
Just draw attention to two matters in response to issues that have been raised today.
Yeah.
Just in turn, I'll just take us to the cultural heritage that's been public report that have been published. Is Nichols raised a couple of questions about inundation and effects on Aboriginal cultural values affected by that, and that has been assessed specifically in Appendix E, the cultural heritage assessment. In particular, the impact pathways of erosion and sedimentation, increased water availability and fluctuations in moisture content, altered pest animal and overabundant native animal activity, and changes in visitation activity were considered in that assessment. So I just draw attention to that piece of information. And then I do want to just add that you'll be familiar, I'll just push the join the meeting, let me quickly join the meeting. But you'll be broadly familiar from previous ES processes with that consequence risk matrix that is used to assess risks. And I'll put this up so that people can see it. Just grab it.
I sense that the fear is the volume of water that's going to go into the floodplains, into the forest, and that seems to be the issue for people in the room. And a way to alleviate that really is for the government to give us our water rights, Aboriginal water, Aboriginal cultural water, and let us decide when and how much water to release. It should be us that are doing this, not any other state or federal government body. Aboriginal people, traditional owners, and that water that should be given to us, and let us decide how much and how often we can release that water.
can I ask if that's started to happen up here? Because I know there's parts of Gippsland on the Mitchell where the traditional
really,
owners down there
just
are
talk,
starting to get
talk.
some.
It's only very small talk at the moment.
Okay.
No, it's not up.
Yeah, I don't see issues with that because we're still fighting with what's available in the public space. The way I see the best way to go forward is if all the partners within the project and the government's going to be spending so much time, energy and money and resources on these projects, then we might as well make a worthwhile and have actual allocation for each site.
Yeah, but it's got to be controlled by.
To the
traditional owners.
minimum, to at least the minimum of the lowest
Oh, yeah,
flood level.
I agree with you, but that water should come from traditional owners.
That should be, should be controlled by traditional owners to be able to use.
And really, it should be up to us how much we put into A or B or C.
Yeah,
Not up to a government body, it should be up to us to decide where we put that water.
so we can use
Without-
that
without
allocation
cultural
on top of
But you don't
environmental.
allocate X amount to A, B and C. You gotta leave it open. If you commit it to this area and so much to this area, so much to that area, you leave yourself open to fail. You've got to do it based on the season, cultural knowledge.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think, yeah, each site needs their own allocation.
no, I don't agree with that. No, one big bucket of water and the traditional owners decide where to put it and when to put it.
So even on this table, we've got a bit of disagreement there, but
Oh, we're on the same page.
exactly, I mean, more water, and not talking about water for the environment, but allocation for TOs.
Well, it is water for the environment, but it's traditional owner. owned
Bigger
water.
concept of the environment.
Yes.
And it's focused around
Yes.
season.
The only thing I can disagree with what Kane's saying is, I don't want to put on water in one bucket there, on water in one bucket there, and that, if that's not needed here, it can't be used there.
Yeah, so
That's the only problem I've got.
don't want to
Yeah,
slice the dice too much. Yeah.
but you know, you can work it out. You can sit down and work things out quite easily.
We've had many talks, our months, about that.
This has been talked about for as long as I can remember. This was talked about by those that have been before me.
Through Mildred and all, but point at this point is that traditional owners don't have a say at this point, so that's the monopoly of the water world. Who controls it.
And if we have control of that water, it's our responsibility to release water in the forest. And it's not on you, it's on us. Right, for this management. But the thing is, that it will create a lot of opportunities for us as far as employment for rangers, for water officers, it'll be ongoing. And it would generate an income for our people. It'll be
Self-sustainable.
It would also meet some of our cultural obligations. of
Oh, yeah,
ceremony and that
exactly.
as well.
100% our cultural obligations are at the apex.
But before that happened, in the meantime, I think the best way to go forward is TA's going to be part of the management, water management plans, land management plans. Need to be at the table and part of it from the get-go.
No, I see the TOs being the management and government orgs
Listen,
sitting at the table as invitees.
Yeah.
Not sitting there as equal parts with us dictating to us. Because whoever holds the money controls the beast. We know that. Mm.
So at this point, no, we've not been engaged in that way, except for they won't open the gates for other reasons, so we're not in the picture.
Yeah, I get that.
Well, just so Mel with their concerns. Somehow we need to be brought together and to sit around the round table and have this discussion and listen to your concerns. And to really see what the heart of it is and what the structure of it is, and now we can work together instead of sitting here like, I feel like we're divided here, actually.
Well, that's the way that this kind of setup is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So it divides us from what originally would have been done traditionally in a proper way.
So knock that in the head.
And it's not good.
You get
It's not good for us,
comfortable.
because we got to go to the same meetings together. So it breaches our cultural law and how we do business.
You want to go and muck around with these guys, you get a cup of water, do you want the whole
Well,
bottle?
you might call
You
it
don't want
mucking
the
around,
top.
but we're out there. We're out there
Yeah, let's
You do things you
and
think.
we're looking for our cultural heritage and we're noting it. We're putting it on the record, so it can't be impacted by any works to the future.
Well, that's all right.
I
As
think
long as
we-
I don't see a regulator out there when I take my kids and my grandkids out there,
Yeah, I'm with Vince on that.
because then I'm gonna be very sore.
So
Say whatever you want in this meeting.
no, but I wish we
guys.
could come up with an
No,
alternative.
I'll tell you what, there is.
I wish this would come up with an alternative. How you going to put water in it? Because you standing there having a Gillawah is not going to fill that creek.
Just,
Water level between us.
Yeah, let's have-
I think we'll actually,
And now you're.
I'm feeling tension in the room. I don't want to be in this space.
we'll actually wrap this session up.
Yeah.
So can I just say, just in closing, and I know you guys, again, someone made the point last week, we come in here, we do our business and then we bugger off to wherever. You guys all live here and need to be part of this community, are part of this community. So I did want to say, I know these are very complex issues. We get the anger about water and the whole Murray-Darling Basin Commission. If you're asking me personally, I share that anger. I mean, but that's not what we're here doing today. However, I did just want to say a really special thank you to all of you for coming. I know it's difficult. I know this is an alien environment. It's not the same as sitting out, having a sit down and talk on country. I get that. But we've tried to ask you to come in and participate as much as you can. So from Trevor and my point of view and him sitting in, I really just want to stress how valuable it's been for us. We can hear about these issues from all sorts of people, but it was been really good to hear your views, even the differences amongst you. So I do just wanted to say thank you. Yeah, I get that, absolutely.
And thank you for your time too.
Yes, thanks for making it.
That's a right decision.
And yeah, as I said, we're looking at this at a brief wink in time. There's going to be a lot to come after this, whether these projects are approved or not. The engagement of traditional owners and the broader community in these areas is going to be more and more important in the future. It's always been important, but with all the big happenings at state level, treaty, all those sorts of things that are going on,
It's all coming there.
we hope there's big things going on in this space. So I will wrap that session up there. I'll take whatever you were going to say, Mr. Waters, on notice. I'd like to close there. Ian, did you want to just say anything else in closing?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to say how much I appreciated the session today. There are times, given what I do these days, where I get not disconnected from community, but hearing the conversation today reminds me why I do what I do and how important it is. And reminds me we've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. And this is just another part or another step in the journey for us having a proper role in looking after and caring for country. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ian. So we'll have a break there. Ms. Nichols, did you still want to do a little private session?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just to talk to the commission. I've put in make sure.
Yeah. So what we're going to do, we'll have a break there. Perhaps in 5 minutes or so, what we're going to do, Mr. Blake and I, Mr. Waters, are you going to be the representative for the proponent?
Yes.
Yeah. Ian, are you still available to sit in on that other session, or do you need to go?
No, I'm available. I've alerted the other thing I had to do that this was more important, so I've bumped them off.
Just in 5 minutes or so, I'll bring you into that Teams link and we'll do it in the other room.
Yep, no worries.
The only people that will be there will be Mr. Blake and me, Mr. Ham online, Mr. Waters and Ms. Nichols.
Yeah.
And that'll just be a relatively brief session, maybe
Yeah,
5
and I
or
just
10
wanted
minutes.
to clarify that other participants could have a session if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
What I was going to just throw in here is, it's for the benefit of you fellas, is over the last couple of years, I've been, not just me, but a couple of other TOs and Aboriginal people of interest, done videos with Melly CMA had a coal coin sorry, my mind's going blank. Anyway, there's 2 videos there, and I would really like us to sit and watch those. They're not long videos, but it gives you an idea of how we feel about what's happening out there in the lakes and the creeks and so.
Thank you.
If I could
Do
ask,
we have those in our materials? Or are they on the
They can
website?
certainly be there.
They're on our YouTube channel, so I can.
Yeah, so if you could send us the links.
But not only that, there's been a whole lot of other stuff
Yeah.
that's happened in the past, of projects. Biodiversity projects, other documentaries and everything else that's been done by the community regarding around these issues as well. I'm pretty sure you have them recently.
And yeah, if you can send us links to those things, we'll definitely commit to have a look at it.
Send it to that for us.
We have a thesis around ring trees.
Well, we were required back here this afternoon.
You're welcome to come along, but we'll be moving on to other issues around
Yeah,
tourism and
yeah.
stuff, so. But if you'd like to, it's totally open, so.
That's getting a bit tense, man.
Thanks, Mr. Kennedy, and all of you for coming along.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you do get to see the two videos.
We definitely will, absolutely guarantee that.
And I want them, if I can, have them placed on the record.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll break now. Ms. Nichols, if you could join us in the other room, and Mr. Waters. We'll come back here at 12:30. Dr. Kelly, 12:30 back here. Thank you. Okay, sorry. Just turn it on. All right, just reflecting on this afternoon's sessions. Yes, we are in the afternoon. We've got Ms. Chapman coming in at 2 o'clock. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what I'm proposing, we've got 3 other issues that have been asked to be put on the timetable, which are climate change, non-Indigenous cultural historic heritage, and recreation and tourism. So I don't have a view on which one of those we'll start with, but I will just say what I'm planning is that we'll go through till about perhaps 1:15 with whichever issue we choose to start with, and then we will go to lunch, 45 minutes, and then we'll come back with Ms. Chapman, and then we'll go back to these other items again. Dr. Kelly, did you have a view on, did you want to start on climate change? Because you kind of gave us this list that you were interested in talking about.
I probably prefer not to start with that one because
Yep.
I was hoping that I might have,
What about, as a suggestion, what about recreation and tourism? Because that's been
Sure.
discussed
Yep.
quite a lot through the course of the hearing.
yeah.
Did you want to perhaps start off, and then we'll bring other voices in as we get to issues around that?
Sure. Well,
Is Ms. McKay? She's
she's at a meeting.
okay. Thanks.
So speaking for the Friends of Nyveniffer Park, part of our aims have always been in regards to the park as a community asset, a very, very important community asset. Of course, for its cultural heritage values. Then after colonisation, for also non-Indigenous peoples have used that park as their #1 recreation area, natural area for tourism, and currently that our tourism bodies use that as their key place to send people to. So it's one of our top 5 visitor locations, along with our pioneer settlement and other tourist attractions. It is, in fact, the closest reserve that you can go to for a natural experience, a time in somewhere that is similar to what it would have been pre-colonisation. So, if you might say, a wilderness experience. And in this way, it's really priceless. The council doesn't manage it, but certainly not speaking as a councillor, but I do have experience as an elected representative in that it's really the jewel in the crown for us. And if you go and look at our website and any tourism website around here, whether it's state government run one or a one run by a tourism body or the local council, they direct you to this park. So the preservation of those values that make that park such a valuable place for tourism and recreation are very important. And I'm not really sure if that's been specifically dealt with in the body of work that we were meant to look at, or that we were available to look at. But I think throughout this hearing, it has been said things like, in response to a question, how long will the park be closed for? I got the feeling it might be closed for a year. Happy to be clarified on that. So if things like, are the parks going to be both closed together? The VMFRP part of the park, the NIA part of the park. So issues like our input into, it would be better not to do both projects concurrently, so that we have access to at least one of them at a time. So if that could be put into the plans, things like that, because that is a consideration. I don't think the community understand, and I probably didn't either, that during construction, this will be a construction site, and there's OH&S issues and security issues. So if that could come back to us, how long is the park going to be shut, and that can they not be shut at the same time? Two different parts. The two projects that are within our park, the two parts of the park are quite discrete. They're not connected because there's a little farm in between. They have different gates and entries. So that there actually is no gate. So the openings into the park, the entrances have no gate, which has always been an issue because people have often gone in too early after the floods and wrecked all the roads. But as it is, there is no gates, and that's
we saw some quite nice bog holes with people.
Yeah, they can be deep, can't they? Yeah.
Just if I could just jump in just with a couple of questions, but also to reflect on some things you've said.
I just want to finish my.
I just want to ask.
Yeah.
No, you finished. Go.
Oh, I was just going to say that I was looking up. This is the final report for the Red Gum investigation by VIAC, July 2008, and it's pretty tattered actually. The back fell off the other day. That was a very thorough process, and that has stuff in it. Then when they went to do the management plan, the Parks Victoria management plan, they've got issues that, they cover the issue of visitors and tourism and how important the park is for activities. I mean, I'm a health practitioner and people need access to nature. We've got the Healthy Parks, Healthy People project, and yet if your parks aren't healthy, that's bad. And if the parks aren't even accessible, that's bad. So I'm speaking up for the community who need that park. People go out there running, fishing, camping, picnicking, dog walking, bird watching, etc., 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 canoeing. So I want to point you to this book, Australian Geographic book, written in, I'm not going to be able to see the year, but it's about how important the Murray is to the communities, both for farming, but also for connection, for community, for tourism. And we play a part in here, but it's the same thing all along the river, from the mountains to the mouth of the river. And then just to point you to things, during the Living Murray process, that was a good process that was widely consulted. I would direct you to the findings of the Living Murray consultation process, which our community participated in. And it was, why our Murray matters. And it covered all the reasons why it matters. A unique environment, Indigenous connection, European heritage, more than a food bowl, sustainable communities. And this was the start of that discussion the community had about water and our river, and that we want a healthy river. And there was no debate about not having a healthy river. Farmers want a healthy river, community wants a healthy river, environmentalists want a healthy river. And yet, you know, 15 years later, still seem to be in a warring situation. The other things are all the different, we helped the department and Parks Vic create a tourism back brochure that has been used for many, many years at the local tourism place here. And we helped to, along with Wadi people, do art on it. We actually wrote the words for it. We designed it, and it's got our, so, you know, tourism is, and recreation, and why the biodiversity there and the cultural landscape is so important. You know, it's really tied up in our economy. It's tied up in our lives, our quality of life, our health. This is another one, and I'm just going to pass them on to you. I'm happy for them to be tabled. There's quite historic documents, actually. This one's probably from the 80s. And this one's a bit later. Would you mind passing them around, Decca?
We might have a look at them, but we won't keep them, because if we keep them.
I don't, oh no, don't, they're
Okay.
not,
And we'll-
you can't keep them, they're mine.
I thought you were giving them to
No,
us.
no. One thing with, and that too, one thing with,
DCNR, gosh, that is going back a little while.
one thing with Friends of the Forest, Friends of Nybernick Park is we have a lot of archives. We have 27 years of collecting archives, and so we have filing cabinets full of information. We really treasure our history and our community's history and our documents and the things that we've participated in. Because what happens is governments change, staff in departments change, names of departments change, new departments created, and that all changes. But that consistency and that stability and that is one of the benefits of having a friends of group, a community group over the years, keeping documents, keeping knowledge, sharing and educating the community, participating and advocating for the place, but we're also remembering what's gone on before.
Thank you. Can you pass those to Mr. Waters to have a look at as well?
Yep.
Thanks, Mr. Beth.
Thanks, Mr. Tucker. So
That sort of
that's kind of
corporate
the
knowledge, if I can call it that.
corporate
is
knowledge,
quite critical.
but also so that historical keeping of documents also, and we do intend to write a book. We do intend to publish our story, because our story is our story is history. You know what we've done together as a community group. In 1997, there was a public ceremony for the signing of a joint statement of principles for management of Nybernick Forest between Friends and the local Koori community. And that's 1997. That was quite an early, some would say, possibly one of the earliest kind of agreements between local traditional owner group and Friends group. It happens now more often, but back then it was quite landmarked, and that's part of our history. So what just occurred earlier, I just found this is quite a landmark hearing, in fact, and this will become part of the history too. To have such incredible, respected, knowledgeable traditional owners come and speak to this hearing is so, I was crying with happiness, actually. Also crying a bit with sadness, but part of it was happiness too. So things like this document, 1992 environmental report by Belinda McCain for the Mildura region, 9 of the South Australian border, salinity management plan. So documents like this, where the map shows areas of high conservation value. This is why we speak up that these 9 projects do not cover enough areas. So I'm going to, yeah, just that picture though, don't flick through the whole book.
No, we didn't, and we'll
Yeah.
Mr. Waters not to as well.
I mean, I would love to, but there's not time. The other one is in 2015, we had a community open day. And this is, I am actually going to table this as to be put up on the thing. It's a report of a community open day, community response to management of the Nyabinifra Regional Park. And it was done by Friends of Nyabinifra, Wadi Wadi Indigenous Nation and Friends of the Earth. And it's 3-4 pages of aspirations and our communal input into what needs to be done in the management. I think you'll enjoy reading that one. So I'm going to actually, I've got an electronic document, but it's all been, it's all a bit messy, and that's nice and neat. So I might take a photo and load that up. So in regards to tourism, I've brought up during the hearing things like that turning circle that's going to be on the edge of the river for Vinifra. That is really, really bad for tourism. It's really bad for amenity. You know, when you go out in your boat and you're along the river, or whether you're in a car or walking along those river tracks, everything's going to change. Everything's going to look different. There's going to be big scars along the river. You've got, you know, in a boat now, you go along the river, and through many passages, there's large red gum stands, forests and wetlands on both sides. And you can imagine that you are here pre-colonization. So, and that is what wilderness experience is. It's being in nature where nature hasn't been disturbed or ruined. You can't see levee banks, you can't see pumps, you can't see signs of development and farming that interrupt the natural experience. So I'm speaking on this issue because there is going to be a loss for those values. They're going to be degraded. And, you know, whether we talk about our community being compensated for that, compensated for not having access to the park, compensated for damaging our amenity, you're damaging. I'm proposing that these projects, if enacted, will damage our community's tourism and recreational asset. But I also want to bring up the issue of in regards to recreation, the impact of such great structural changes and input of infrastructure will create dangers to tourists, dangers to community people using the park for recreation, because there's going to be all this large things, large regulators, large levee banks. It's going to be all changed. So has that been factored in as OH&S? Are people not going to be able to go in certain areas? Are certain cars not going to fit in there anymore? It is such a large change to our tourism asset, to our recreational assets, not just a tourism asset. But I have not been able to do the work to figure out economic loss by these projects, but in the impact on recreation and tourism could be given a figure, an economic figure of loss. So do we need to be compensated for for that loss?
So putting aside the construction, and I would ask Mr. Waters to draw our attention to the issue you raised right at the start, which is how long estimated where different areas be closed. I think I've seen something in the materials, but hard to track it because there's so much. So if he could draw our attention to that in closing, if not today.
I would like there to be things like it quantified surveys on how many people use the park, how many people.
Yeah, just slow down a little bit. Firstly, I'm asking, what have we got already in the materials? The bigger question then, beyond construction, which takes as long as it will take. From what you're saying, there's a pattern of use of the river, and we've seen, and I'm not so much talking about traditional owner values now, I'm more talking about the campers and the caravanners who are going in there, of which we saw quite a few last week. So what you're saying is, what I'm hearing is that there's all those values as well, and the project, as much as possible, shouldn't take away those opportunities in future for people to go and camp. But I don't know if they camp at Picks Point at the moment. We didn't see anyone camping there, but those sorts of areas, you would still want people to be able to get in there and access those areas.
Absolutely. As a right of, I think Victorians are quite proud that we have legislation that protects the frontage of all our waterways and makes it public
Coastal
land.
areas,
So if that's going to be taken away from us in some way, then that's a big issue. Taking away public land or access to public land is a big issue, and we will protect it fiercely, as I think many other communities have. So I don't know if it's in the documents anywhere. I'm sorry to say I haven't, but I'm looking forward to the day these get the tick and it's construction starts, gates are shut, and what happens over the next months to our community when it's shut, and then when they're open again, we go in and what do we see, and what is not there for us now. So the pictures I gave you, those, I'm not sure if it's loaded up yet, the index that I submitted, but I think the index will show you a bit about some of the issues I'm talking about, because I have put in there, I mean, we could have given you many more of campsites, of what people do in that park, of events that happen in the park. Like, it's really very treasured to us. So
can I also ask, in terms of the way the park's used, obviously local people use it, and I'm saying a certain distance, but local people, with campers in particular, from your experience, are most campers, local within 50 kilometres, or are they? I know people come from Melbourne and even further, but in terms of range of uses, would you have a view on how much use is local compared to further afield? Not just visitors, but campers.
I'd probably be just making it up, but probably 50-50. What do you reckon? Mostly local? 70 local?
30 local.
30 local.
70, yeah.
More people from further away than sort of more
There was some,
frequently.
Yeah.
Because of just the way the weather thing was, everything else with the floods and everything else going on. I think the locals haven't been in as much as they would like to, but lately I'd say 7:30. You see more of the people come from Melbourne.
Yeah.
Great nomads utilising it more frequently than the locals.
there were a couple of really big rigs in there the other day, like the full size caravans
Well,
with
Naya.
huge four drives, which
Yeah.
clearly
Naya,
were not local. Well, didn't appear to be.
I'm not sure if you know what an RV friendly town is.
I do.
Yeah.
Some have the big signs, and they
Well,
have
Naya is one,
Yeah.
and just at that recreation reserve entrance, that's the designated area
I think
for
at Woodwood,
RV.
there's a big like.
There's a
RV.
caravan park there that you
But there's
pay.
also a big parking area for rigs, like.
Yeah, I don't know
store
if you
there.
can stay there though.
No, I mean, just for
Yeah,
parking.
yeah.
Using the toilets.
So Naya's one of our main RV friendly towns, and having that being right next to the park, you know, I think it gives people a great experience. They can park there, there's some facilities, and then they're right next to this, you know, incredible natural area. So, I mean, I think COVID's changed everything, and then we had the big floods there. So things wax and wane, but certainly with families, it's a big gathering place. So, you know, local people will come and gather as families. Really important. And
Is there, could I ask if there's much organised tourism there? And I'm talking about, might be like people looking at ecological tours, might also be First Nations people taking groups in to talk about country. Is there much organised?
look, there
Tourism.
possibly was in the past. I don't know if the Swan Hill Council had their tourism people with. Look, it's probably an untapped potential, I think.
I think it's not so much recently, in the same like 2 years, but in the early 2000s and the late 90s, there was a lot of groups being taken through for, you know, funding purposes and
School trips.
projections, school groups for educational purposes, cultural awareness training, and competency, stuff like that, but not so much lately, just due to COVID lockdowns and everything else, plus flooding and everything else, and
You know, we have the Pioneer Settlement and school groups come up.
Yep.
We have lodges that school groups can stay in. And so often there's that annex and, you know, school groups will be taken out to the park. There's also, when the park did flood most years, there was things like people would take people canoeing. But then when the flood stopped, those businesses closed down. So that was very upsetting. One of the upsetting aspects to no floods. But I think it's an untapped, well, you guys went on a tour and it would be great to have people who, you know, you pay a fee to, and you could be taken on a tour, a regional tour. I mean, the tour is to do a circle, you go out to the forest, then you go to Nye West, then you go to Warraneen, then you, like, there's great circuits that could be done, but that untapped potential is probably not there.
I reckon having just, you know, driven through and spent a day in a little bit of Nyah and a little bit of VMFRP, and I know last week we were talking to Mr. Chaplin about meeting people on country, but the opportunity for interpretation of that country is just unlimited. It's so fascinating. I mean, you go through and you look at it and it's beautiful, but you know you're only, you know, your eyes are at this level and there's so much going on. So yeah.
Well, one of the Friends of the Forest projects that we've always wanted to do is to facilitate and assist Wadi to have an interpretation centre. There is buildings out there that could be lended to that, and land alongside the forest that could be places where there could be some sort of cultural centre. And so that's all untapped potential. It's things which communities talked about for many years, but hasn't happened. The other thing is there is a Honeymoon walking track. It's pretty degraded though. There was signage done, so there was some funding, and there's signage in my packet of photos. There's a picture of one of the signs. I don't know if they're even readable anymore. They're just degraded and they've never been updated by Parks Vic. We actually attempted to get some funding and upgrade them, but as I said, the go slow that's been happening, there was no cooperation to upgrade that walking track. I don't even think many people even realise it's there. There's some signage, but
not anymore.
since that little bridge went,
That was taken out because it was unsafe.
yeah,
But it's also, there's been no funding or resources to be able to keep it up, maintain it. Because that was one of the projects that, I don't know if anyone remembers, CDFB.
Yeah,
the
work for the dog,
education projects, that water track was developed under that
yeah.
program. And a lot of the other stuff that's happened, but the other short-term programs and the funding was never
No,
continued, so
No.
there was.
it's embarrassing. I'd be embarrassed.
Parks haven't had to spread on the ground all the funding or resources to be able to help upkeep it since they're taking over management. There's a lot of things that, yeah, it comes down to just having resources, funding and manage and being able to have people out there to do it. And I think that's probably that's much disheartening because we've had parks, we talk park with workers out there that are passionate about it just as much as the rest of the community, but and it's sad as them we have to see it go on go to the state of play. And they fully understand as well and support us.
That document we did in 2015, know where that's gone to, but
If it's here.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
that has a lot of the aspirations, and if you check on the Parks Vic staff in this region located at the Swan Hill office, I think I've heard that they have to go to Gunbower, they have to go to Hatter. It's just a shocking underfunding of parks. And we were promised in 2010 when the VMFRP study happened, when Minister Jennings enacted the parks, that the parks funding would come along with that. And it's you know, it's hypocritical to talk about, for the Andrews government to talk about treaty when they underfund management of such highly valued cultural areas.
There's some pretty big issues at play there, and they're statewide issues. They're not. I mean, they're obviously we're talking about this area, but
yeah, and
Parks Victoria resources and their capacity to manage land have been on the front page ever since I moved to Victoria 25 years ago.
Yeah. But you know, there's everyone in Melbourne's getting their train lines lifted up, and like there's money, we need it here. So the other thing, probably the last thing I'd like to say, unless anyone else wants to comment on tourism recreation, is you know, issues of kids getting off their computers. They need somewhere to go and play. That's a great thing. We need this healthy park. We need our parks looked after. We need, you know, obesity. I'm a good example. We need places where we can walk, we can get out and get active and get healthy. Like, these things flow on to the costs of our health system. Also mental health, having somewhere to go and just calm yourself down, lower your blood pressure, think about things, you know, rather than taking a drug or getting psychological care, you can get care in nature and do it for yourself, often with better result. So what I wanted to say is to people who aren't from here, how would you like these invasive, highly mega infrastructure projects put in your national park? You know, do you live near, what national park do you live near? Would you like these projects put in your national park? So that's probably, I'll wrap it up on recreation and tourism, unless anyone else wants to.
Thanks, Dr. Kelly. Just perhaps a question, Mr. Waters. I'm just looking through the environmental delivery standards. They've got a few things about communication and working with recreational managers and so on. This question often comes up with major projects, and the project is funded to do X things and usually not funded to do things outside of X. I was just wondering if that kind of holistic view of the project and its potential impacts has there been thought given to, as part of the project benefits, and obviously not the ecological benefits, but upgrading or helping to upgrade some of those bigger picture items?
I'll take instructions on that.
I'm not saying that the proponent needs to be the land manager for these parks going forward, but just if, and I think this was made, the point was made by Dr. Kelly or someone earlier this week or last week, that if you've got construction equipment on the ground, for example, can you take advantage of that to do other works in the area that might have broader recreational.
I
ecological
would
benefits.
anticipate if we're upgrading tracks anyway, that those
Yeah.
tracks will be upgraded.
Yeah.
Inherently. We've already drawn you to the reuse of logs.
Yeah.
Well, I do have to do that. I want to just respond to a couple of issues that have been raised. Firstly, social and business is the relevant specialist assessment.
Yep.
Clearly identifies that the park is generally frequented by the local community, and many people camp there and form and do so. It's clearly valued, highly valued. The amenity provides neither for Murray River Recreation Reserve provide access to anglers, bird watchers, paddlers, bushwalkers, and other recreational users for a sense of solitude. So again, these things have been recognised. 5.3.2 sets out the key tourism stats
Oh, lovely.
for the Swan Hill LGA. Relevantly, the effects that are anticipated are summarised. And I think it's important here to recognise that it's anticipated there will be positive effects as well as negative, as you appreciate. So the improved environmental flows through the park associated with this are expected to improve fish habitat, which provides greater opportunities for recreational fishing, improved vegetation health for bird watchers and bushwalkers, and further opportunities for recreational activities on the water, given more frequent inundation events. There will be constraints. Clearly, construction will require exclusion of people from the construction footprint in which the works are taking place. It's not anticipated that we'll just shut down the park and be like, nah, can't come in for you. 6.5.2.2 of the project description, which is a very convenient description of all the key aspects of the projects in a smaller booklet than specialist assessment, identifies 9 to 12 months as the time estimate for the completion of all 3 projects. So it's that's not 9 to 12 months each.
Oh, so 3 months each?
I don't know, it might involve some assumptions about concurrent works. So
So it could be 9 to 12 months each if they're done concurrently.
well, if they're done concurrently, then it's 9 to 12 months, yes, but it's all 3 things done. It's certainly not 3 years, 27 months. So that's the construction period estimate. Obviously, I'll draw attention to, again, further down, it makes the point in that section 6.5.2, the construction program will be further developed during detailed design, and construction contractors will be involved early. Okay. One of the key responses for most major infrastructure projects is work staging. Like, we won't be building the whole thing simultaneously. I would expect that's a very unusual, expensive way.
So will you have higher security fencing to fence off the footprint?
We will comply with our RHS. I would assume would involve excluding people from construction areas. In terms of inundation, of course, increased inundation will also have access effects. Can't get into an area that's flooded, that's recognised, but again, that's one of the many effects of this project that are true of a natural event as well as a managed event. You couldn't get into Borough right now because of some events. That's the sort of thing that sometimes happens with access.
You can canoe into a wet event.
You can canoe inside the gates are open to be able to inside the inundation.
Can you?
I don't see why you wouldn't be able to.
Oh, well.
Not through the regulator, but inside the
Yeah.
area.
How will you stop canoes going near the regulator? Have you thought about the OH&S issues around once they're built?
I assume they will be designed with safety in mind, as is the usual practice, as you will be required to design it.
Full trust in you. Yeah.
Anything else, Mr. Waters? Otherwise, we'll.
Yeah, just let me check. I would just draw attention, as you're obviously aware of the SB range of EDSs, which go to community and stakeholder consultation, and those include providing advanced notification of activities so that closures can be notified to the community so that people are aware of them ahead of time. So again, these things have been factored into the conditions of the design of the project. The view is that on a social and business level, there will be benefits.
Can you think of another example where a national park or a reserve is closed off to the community to put such a large amount of infrastructure into it?
I can't point to anything specifically, but there are regularly parts of national parks closed off for a variety of reasons.
There's a, we don't need to take that further. I understand the question.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to suggest we break there.
I just want to add one more issue that I forgot.
Yeah, please.
Is that the importance of VMFRP Park as a place for art. So there's many artists who go in there, local artists who go in, and that is a place that is a place for creativity and inspiration. I would direct you to, we're actually very blessed in this area. We have many amazing and world-renowned Indigenous artists too. So I direct you to our local art gallery. One of the people who is exhibited there is a man called Ian Abdullah. Our art gallery is renowned, well known as a specialist art gallery for naive painting, naive art, and Ian Abdullah is and he would direct you to his art on the Murray River, which not related exactly to VMFRP Park, but certainly I think we can learn how that link between art and nature and cultural landscape is intrinsic to the value of the place.
Okay, I do want to break it there.
Yep.
We're having a relatively short lunch, so thank you for that, Dr. Kelly.
That's okay.
We'll come back at 2 o'clock. We are going to hear from Mr. Chapman. We also have questions, I think, in a track change version of the questions that the committee document 64. I'll just check those over lunch and we'll get them uploaded after lunch. Thank you. So we'll come back to that. I think Dr. Brisker had a couple of other questions, but I'll look at those over lunch. So we'll start again at 2 o'clock with Ms. Chapman, and then we'll have questions and discussion around that issue, and then we'll go to those other 2 items on the agenda. Thank you. We'll start again at 2 o'clock. Okay, we'll make a start. Just on the questions from the committee, we're still going on those. There's a bit of editing of track changes and things going on. I hope at afternoon tea to be able to sign those off and upload them onto the Google Drive for people to have a look at. Thank you. We're now going to the presentation, not expert evidence, but presentation of Ms. Chapman. When you're ready. So what is? I know she's not being called, but you can introduce her if you like.
See, she is online. They should turn their camera on. Good morning, Ms. Chapman. I think you can see and hear us, judging by nodding and waving. Yep.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
It was a little scratchy then, but just try again, Ms. Chapman.
I'll try again. Sometimes I have trouble with my microphone. Is that okay?
We can hear you. It's just a little scratchy, but I think we'll give it a go.
I'll try the other microphone and see if that's better. Hang on a moment. Is that any better?
Not noticeably.
Okay, I've got one other option.
Now we can't hear you.
Yeah, the previous scratchy one was definitely better.
I'm so sorry. I've got new headphones and they're sometimes a bit tricky for some reason.
That's okay. We can hear you.
Okay.
So Ms. Chapman has prepared a presentation which has been corrected in one aspect this morning. That's now at document 67, I believe. Yes. And I will just ask Ms. Chapman to take us through it.
Right, I'll just share my screen if that's okay. Just let me know when you can see that.
It's visible.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. So I've been asked to talk through the process, the methodology that we've used for the overall improvement for biodiversity reports, which are attachments to the environment report. So, oh, the screen hasn't changed. That's.
Will Mrs. Chapman introduce herself?
Oh, apologies. Yes, I will do that. I am Hilary Chapman. I'm independent consultant working with ARUP on this project, and ARUP are the technical advisors to VMFRP. And the role that I've had on this project is to assist in preparing these overall improvement for biodiversity assessment documents, as one for each project. And I'll sort of talk through why they were prepared and the approach that was taken. Okay. So the technical reference group requested VMFRP to prepare overall improvement to biodiversity appendices. They're provided as the planning scheme amendment, or the instrument is to seek an exemption effectively from requiring native vegetation offsets. And I'm sure that Mr. Waters has been through that with the committee, I would imagine. So the Native Vegetation Regulation Unit of DELT, now DECA, so please forgive me if I sometimes call them DELT, they provided guidance on what to address. And what they wanted was a comparison assessment showing that biodiversity losses due to native vegetation removal will be outweighed by expected improvements to biodiversity due to the work. Now, just to be clear, that's a little bit different from sort of the typical native vegetation assessment, which is like for like. This is an overall improvement to biodiversity, and that's why those documents are named that. And as you can see, there's sort of two parts with some subparts. The first part is an estimate of the losses to biodiversity due to the removal of native vegetation, and then on the other side, an estimate of the improvements. There were three components that they asked us to look at in regard to that. One was native vegetation condition and extent, outcomes for rare or threatened species, and ecosystem function and the improvements in relation to ecosystem function. So in terms of just giving some context to that, obviously, as you know, this is sort of self-evident, but floodplains are complex, multifaceted, dynamic. We're also in a situation of multiple potential future climate scenarios, so uncertainty and environmental conditions. The benefits from the projects may occur over years to decades, and we've also got operational decisions that will be made based on the context of what's occurring at the time, and using adaptive management. And there's a quite a significant process around how decisions are made around watering, both for these specific floodplains and more generally in the state. And then on the other side of that, this piece of work that we've done is really effectively to support the statutory decision making, and the regulatory assessment approval frameworks are kind of almost necessarily quite static because a decision needs to be made at a point in time. And they were not designed, those frameworks were not designed with projects with the primary purpose of ecological restoration in mind. They're more typically kind of designed for infrastructure type projects. So in terms of the approach that we took, we aimed to be consistent with, as far as possible, with established regulatory assessment processes, even if modified, so that it sits within a kind of known framework. We looked at the operational scenarios using multiple lines of evidence, and looking at a number of different ways using criteria, as we've just gone through, provided by DECA. We also drew on the specialist assessments, although there will be some discrepancies because we've used the statutory framework and processes and they don't always come up with the same answers, and I'll talk you through that as we go through. And the assessment of benefits also excluded the construction footprint and not so significant for these floodplains, but excluded private land. I think there's just 0.05 of a hectare in VMFRP and none in Naia, I believe, for these, but for some of the other floodplains, obviously it's more significant. And then we have it framed within the project objectives. So the project objectives are to better align frequency, duration and timing, manage inundation with ecological needs, improve resilience to threats such as climate change, and protect and restore floodplain ecosystem biodiversity values. And so underneath that, you can see the approach that we've taken. So we have, in the context of the specialist reports, compared the VMFRP frequency and duration to the basin plan and also pre-regulation flows, and I'll talk you through that in a minute. We've looked at the area of managed inundation, so that's not the area of the entirety of the parks, it's the area that would be subject to inundation, and we've looked at the area and also the depth. We've also, in a more qualitative way, drawn on the climate change stress test that was done by MDBA for the projects. And then there is within the reports, we've reversed this slightly in terms of the criteria that I showed you on that first slide, just because it made more sense for the document. We've talked about ecosystem function, and again, that's grounded within the basin's environmental strategy and environmental watering strategy and the long-term watering plan for Victoria. We've drawn on the state's habitat importance mapping at the request of DECA, and then we've applied in modified form the native vegetation tool, which is called the NCM Native Vegetation Regulation Tool. So I'm going to talk you through each one of those. So for better alignment, we needed to use a reference point. And so the reference point that we have used is the pre-regulation water regime. So what, before there were any locks or impediments along the river, what would the watering and the flooding events have been in terms of frequency, duration and timing, and also intervals. And we've used that not as an aim to get back to that point, but as a reference point to say, is what VMFRP is proposing better aligned. We've also used, there's a guide that was, and I will talk in a little bit more detail about that in a minute, that was put together by DELP in 2016, which gives guidance around the for wetland dependent, water dependent, flood dependent ecological vegetation classes, which is a grouping of native vegetation, what frequency and duration and depth of flooding was set out in those guidelines. So this is just really a summary of that. This is for VMFRP, and there's another slide here for Naia. And just in the bottom, I'll just point you towards the bottom right of each slide. We've just given you the specific reference as to where to find that within the reports, because obviously there are quite a substantial amount of documents. So just to assist committee a little bit with that. So the EVCs were grouped into ecological water regime classes. So basically broadly grouped as to EVCs that are subject to similar types of flooding events. We've then put the equivalent Murray River flow threshold there in megalitres per day. And then you'll see in the next columns, we've got the frequency in the first block, and the next block has the duration, the median duration in months. And then the column underneath that then says how many times in every 10 years pre-regulation would that particular water regime class that particular grouping of EVCs have experienced that experienced flooding at that equivalent flow threshold. The next one is basin plan with VMFRP, and the next one is just the basin plan, and then regulated river, which is basically current. And then in the right-hand side, the second from last column is what's the operating scenario in the project description that's aimed to achieve those watering objectives. And then on the far right column is just really the additional events that VMFRP would potentially need to deliver in order to achieve that, what's in the column that's shaded green. Okay. So just talking through perhaps just one example, we might just have a look at the red gum swamp forest, which is the one in the middle. So the equivalent Murray River flow threshold is 17,500 megalitres per day. Currently, that occurs 6.8 years in 10, and pre-regulation would have occurred 9.8 years in 10. The basin plan would deliver 8.5 years in 10, and the basin plan with VMFRP delivers 9. So the basin plan with VMFRP on that basis would be better aligned. And you can see something equivalent when you look at the duration. Okay, so if we look at the duration, the regulated river currently delivers 2.8 months of watering, and the pre-regulation it would have been 5.2, and then basin plan would deliver 3.6, and basin plan with the VMFRP would deliver 3.9. So closer in duration to pre-regulation. So just to show you how that works, and then we have a similar table. Now for all of the floodplains, it's not always in the same direction, but for these projects, they are all in the same direction. And of course, this is also considered in with respect to the work that's done by the specialist assessments as well. So, but this is really, with looking at the hydrology, the proposed watering regimes, is it more aligned or not? We also drew on the MDBA climate change stress test works that was done, and rather than go through everything that's in the report, I've just given you here the summary that we've got in the reports, which is really around that the outcome of the analysis was that the likelihood of natural floodplain inundation is going to further decrease as a result of the plausible climate change scenarios. Obviously, there were 7 different scenarios looked at, and that managed inundation events would be, to supplement natural flood events, likely to be required more often in order to meet the needs of the ecological needs of the floodplain. There's a series of tables in the reports. I'm just giving you the summary. I'm sorry if it's a little bit small on your screens. I apologise, trying to fill it in, make it as large as I could on the screen. But this gives you previously I gave you the water regime classes. This then pulls that out into each ecological vegetation class. There are some tables in the reports that show you how all of that fits together. The BCS here is the biodiversity conservation status, and this little key down the bottom, and it shows you what's the area and the percentage of the floodplain that EVC comprises, and just talks about whether the frequency and duration of the inundation is better aligned, and what percentage of the EVC within the managed inundation area was receive water at the nominated flow threshold. And then the penultimate column there is really around a depth criterion. So there's obviously frequency, duration, interval, and depth is important. And in the report, you'll see a series of tables that sets out whether the depth is sort of achieving in the DELP 2016 guideline. There's a sort of set of recommendations around maximum sustained inundation depth, which is not to say that an EVC could, for a short period, have slightly deeper, but it's really around this management, this adaptive management of the duration with the depth, and so gives you a summary in there around that. And this is basically the same for NIA, and so you can see that for looking at the watering regimes, for all cases, the frequency and duration is either better aligned, or in the case of NIA, for duration for those 3 EVCs, no change. And that's consistent with what was in the reports from the specialist reports. We also looked at ecosystem function, and that's more of a descriptive approach. And when we discussed this with the biodiversity expert review group, they said, well, you really need to ground your discussion of ecosystem function in a theory. And so, as I said, we tried as much as possible to ground this in regulatory matters. And so that's why we've used the MDBA's basin-wide environmental watering strategy, because that is a formal document. They do not have a set of objectives within that. They put it across to the state, and the state has 24 objectives set out in the Victorian Murray long-term watering plan. So the report, the overall assessment of biodiversity improvement discusses those, has a table at the end that discusses those 24 objectives. And this diagram here on the right is the diagram that is in the MDBA's basin-wide environmental watering strategy. And so that's discussed point by point through the document. The other thing that we were asked to look at as a specific request from DECA is to look at the habitat importance mapping that is prepared by DELP, which is a set of models of where various threatened species are likely to appear within the state based on a series of sort of modelling and theory and observations. It's used by the state extensively for a range of different policy purposes, and so we were asked to do that. And it's and so you wouldn't expect this to necessarily completely accord with what's in the specialist reports. But it was a specific request from them to put this into the document, and it really, and there's also set out in those models, it says, is this very important habitat or not expected to be habitat, and there's a range. And so we've used that to illustrate the threatened species and their habitat importance score, and comparing the construction footprint and the inundation area, noting that in the construction footprint, there are access tracks, and some of that, will just be lopping of branches, not necessarily complete removal of trees. So just to be clear about that. So these are, again, I apologise for the smallness of it. It's really the concept that I want to get across here. So this is along the bottom, we have the potential impact in hectares of the construction footprint, and up the side is the maximum inundation area. And so this is, if you like, impact on the bottom and benefit on the along the y-axis. And so, normally the right-hand side is potential impact, and then the sort of the upper left quadrant is benefit greater than impact. And you can see for NIA and vinifera that the balance is on the benefit side. There is, I think, for excuse me, I've just got my mind a little bit confused. I think for vinifera, there's Murray Hardy Head, which is on the very marginally on the impact side, and there's some discussion in the report about that it's actually not anticipated to be present in the floodplain in any case. Then we have we've picked a sort of a nominal 20 species to discuss within the report, and you'll see these tables through the report with a discussion. And so this is really this chart shows you. Oh, sorry, apologise. This chart shows you here. These tables are found in each report for each species. So 20 species in each report. And on the left-hand side is the construction footprint and the value of the habitat. And on the right-hand side is the maximum inundation area and the modelled value of the habitat for that species. And this needs to be read obviously in conjunction with the discussion in the specialist reports around them, but it's something we were specifically asked to put in. So really in summary, and this is for VMFR and NIA, the report shows through what's the expected improved inundation on public land. Sorry, please just bear with me one moment. Yes, sorry. So just to explain, we applied the NSIM, the native vegetation model, which is applied for any time you want to remove native vegetation and you have to provide an offset. Basically, there's a model that the state uses, which you have effectively a scoring system. And so we have applied that system here in a modified format. There's an allowance to consider flooding, ecological application of flooding, and so we've applied that within this process, and so that's where we're showing. And out of that, in the NSIM tool, you get a predicted net gain and a predicted net impact. And this is where the Murray Hardyhead that I was discussing for VMFR is in here. Apologise, I got myself confused by my slides. And we were also asked to do some assessment of how many trees potentially impacted versus how many potentially benefiting. And so that's that row that you can see there around large trees. And then we've also got down there as well the summary of the habitat importance mapping in terms of species. So, this on its own it's really something that we were asked to put together in order to support, an approval by the decision makers around whether or not offsets are required, native vegetation offsets. So this is documentation to support that discussion. So that's one, and then this is again just the same, but just in summary. These are from the VMFRP. I've just put down here the link in case, because they're not in the reports, these maps. I've just put the link in case the committee would like to go and look specifically at those maps. And this is basically the same information as presented on that earlier table. So this is for VMFR, and this is the same for NIA. So that's everything that I had for you. I really wanted to give you a summary of I was asked to give you a summary of the approach that we have taken.
Obviously, just to situate those in context, there are two attachments to the EES which describe in considerable detail, roughly 200 pages each, excluding the NSIM material, what underlies what was very much an overview presentation. Is there any questions, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Mr. Blake, did you have some questions?
Yes, a couple. Ms. Chapman, we were,
We just have the, sorry, can we have the slide taken?
Oh, I haven't taken them off.
We might want to come back to them, but just for the moment, could you take them off?
I'll take them off. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Ms. Chapman, we'll need to consider how compelling the case is in terms of the assessment of overall benefits vis-a-vis predicted impacts, and therefore, in part, the degree of uncertainty that's involved in the various components that you've presented. And one aspect that I think we'll need to have a close look at is the value of the habitat's importance mapping, which is presenting a sort of a strong, apparently quantitative case for the benefit resulting relative to impacts. But as I think you've noted, there are a couple of deviations from information presented in specialist reports for a few species.
Yes.
Two aspects, there's some discrepancies there, but there's also the way the information is presented in terms of it's a very strong contrast. Your those graphs you present, that part of your presentation in particular, in terms of the Y versus the X axis of
Yes.
the outcome versus the well, I've given you a few hints of sort of reservations that I have in your matters, and we need to consider more closely in that particular component of the overall benefit assessment. Can you offer some further justification for giving strong weight to the habitat importance mapping in light of those aspects of uncertainty? Sort of put it that way.
Well, as I said, the documentation that the report that we've presented was discussed in quite a lot of detail over multiple meetings with DECA as to what they wanted in there. We originally didn't have the habitat importance mapping presented in there, and it was actually a specific request from DECA to put that in. I would also note that the habitat importance mapping is a component of the NCM NVR tool, right? It's part of that model process. We haven't sought to amend or what the habitat importance mapping is or what it does. I would also say that I would see the work that we've done as a synthesis, a sort of drawing together of the specialist reports as well. So the work that we've done is to support the decision by the secretary or the minister or whoever makes the decision around the native vegetation offsets. And I would say that the work that's done by the detailed discussion of species by species that's done by the specialist reports, obviously, this is a synthesis and a drawing together, and it's numerical to the extent that it's numerical.
Well, you just emphasised that what you've done is what has been done is a synthesis of material otherwise presented in the specialist reports. But as I have in our presentation from some of the specialists, that they didn't have direct input to this assessment of overall impacts and benefits. That be true?
No, there were discussions. That's true. That's correct. But it's there were many discussions with them. Yeah.
Were there promises to this assessment?
I'm sorry, Trevor. I didn't know. Mr. Blake, I didn't hear. Sorry.
Can you give me more of a sense of what the scope of discussions or input was from the specialists to this assessment of overall impacts and benefits?
Yes. So the original methodology document was provided to the companies doing the assessment. There were a number of discussions along the way. They also sat in on the presentations to the technical reference group. There's as with any project.
So the reference in one of your tables to the basin plan plus the VMFRP in terms of a modelled flow. Can you tell me what particular model scenario is applied in that context?
Yes, it's the 2100. It's as per the business case. So it's not a specific. There's a basin plan by VMFRP. The flows was the assessment that was done in the business case. It's the same that's been used for the whole of the project. We haven't used anything different.
Thanks. The only questions I have, Mr.
Thanks, Mr. Blake. I just want to see if we've got Dr. Brisker back with us. Rachel, can you take her of co-host? Thanks. Just to note, Dr. Brisker has her presentation. She just wasn't on screen for it. When you're ready, Dr. Brisker.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a couple of questions of clarification. The first one on your slide 15 out of the 19, you've got the area of suitable habitat for our region parrot. And I noticed in the construction footprint, it's only a tiny area. Is that based on the DECA mapping, or is that a decision you made about suitability?
DECA mapping.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that it's so tiny. Just wondering if that was showing individual trees rather than sort of broad areas. That clarifies that. And then I also wanted to explore how you use the hydraulic information in your assessment and which hydraulic information was used. So first of all, with the proposed conditions hydraulic assessment, we've been, over the last couple of days, we've been presented with a range of different maps showing different stages of the hydrographs with the regulators open and closed and sort of pre and post closure. And my question is, what stage of the hydrograph did you use for the calculations?
So we used information that was provided to us by the proponent, by the client, who provided us with a plan area of which was mapped out against the EVCs at the various flood levels that we were looking at.
And did they, in the information that was provided, did they tell you at what stage of the hydrograph those flood levels were determined?
They came to us as, this is 15,000 megalitres per day. This is the operating scenario.
But they didn't specify whether it was pre-closure, post-opening or so forth.
I'm not sure. We would have to check that.
Yeah. Okay. And with the mapping, so they provided the maps with the, I guess, with their depths overlaid on the EVCs. What sort of depth categories was it? Because the mapping we've seen has got 1 metre depth categories. Is that the same as what you saw?
It's a question. I can't recall. I would have to take that on notice, sorry.
Yeah. I guess both of those questions, if it's also possible to find out, I guess, specifically what stage of the hydrograph they used in the determining the proposed conditions.
Yeah.
Because that has an influence on the depth as to whether it's filling, draining or holding.
Sure.
And then my final question is about the analysis of operating scenarios, where you basically say that for a particular group of EVCs, there's in some areas the water's too shallow and some is too weak and some is just right. Obviously, where it's just right, that's counted as benefit. What about where the water is too deep or too shallow? Is the too deep counted as a benefit or an impact?
So we've looked at the benefit at the preferred operating scenario, I think.
Yeah.
I think the complication, I think, is that we've got, as I said, we're trying to look at something quite dynamic in a quite static kind of way. And we've also got adaptive management sitting in there as well, right? So there is some ability within the operating of the actual system to be able to manage that.
Mm-hmm. So to clarify, in terms of benefit for a particular EVC, is the fact that it is inundated under that operating scenario, is that then counted as an area of benefit, with the assumption that if it's too deep or too shallow, that could be tweaked, or maybe too deep could be tweaked by not operating to such a depth? Rather,
I think that's largely true, but I can confirm that for you.
That would be good, just to understand how
how
those figures that show the sort of the crosshatch shading of the sort of too shallow, too deep, how that all translates back to the calculation of benefits.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thanks, Dr. Brisker. Any questions from within the room?
Oh, yes, please.
Dr. Kelly.
Initially, when Ms. Chapman put up that information about basin plan, with the basin plan, without the basin plan, what does with the basin plan mean? Does it mean with 3,200, or does it mean with constraints, or the 450? What does it mean?
No, not with any constraints or with VMFRP, just the basin plan.
Can you just be clearer on that? What does with the basin plan mean?
Well, the basin plan is currently agreed, but without constraints or without the VMFRP projects.
That's not clear. Can you be more clear? I think she means without constraints relaxed. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
I think the full basin plan is with constraints relaxed, but fair to understand what you're working with. That's what
2750.
Yeah.
And is there a particular date that would come about, like that amount of flooding?
No, this is not looking at particular dates for that, no.
Yeah.
It's as per the business case.
Yeah. So it's not with the 450 that's agreed to be recovered, which brings it up to 3,200.
It's as per the business case.
Yeah, thank you. Could I ask, have we ever had access to the business case?
I believe they're public documents, but I don't know.
Which business case? The business case for these projects, or business? Usually a business case isn't necessarily.
The Murray-Darling business case, I think, is what we're talking about at the moment. That is available. Is that
Their
correct?
business case?
Yes, they're online.
There are specific business cases for the SDL adjustment mechanism projects, and they are public documents available on the MDVR's website.
Okay. Is there an addendum where you have an explanatory note for what you mean on that slide or with the basin plan?
I think it's in the reports. The slides are just a summary of the very detailed reports.
Yep. Yep.
In reference to, I suppose, ecosystem function, how did you assess this? How much do you know about red gum flooding and then I suppose the natural flow of water and nutrient and leaf litter in and out of the forest? And is there any data or information about how that natural ecosystem function and flow will be impacted by the infrastructure? And is there any other areas that this has happened in that there is data to show that it has been successful or beneficial?
Yeah, so in the report, so I didn't write those sections. We obviously have a team of people writing it, so put together by some ecologists and also in discussion with the reviewing of the R8 reports, etc. And so you'll see that in the reports in those sections, there's references to other literature within the Murray-Darling, within the Victorian Murray River area and other projects, and if there's specific references within these particular projects, which is less the case than, let's say, Hatter, then there's references in there, and there's sort of a discussion within the document around the weight of evidence.
Okay, and could you say for certain that the natural ecosystem function of the forest will not be impacted by this infrastructure?
Well, that's not necessarily the purpose of what these documents are about. The documents are about discussing the pros and cons of ecosystem function and the watering and what might occur. And on balance, the reports say that there is a benefit in terms of overall improvement to biodiversity. There's also a discussion in each of the documents about risks and uncertainties.
Yeah, I think, would you agree that it is a potential risk or uncertainty that we don't know how it will impact the function of the flow of nutrient and soil and leaf litter?
Well, I'm not sure that that's necessarily the case. There's a discussion around those specific things within the document.
Okay, and in the document, can you recall similar infrastructure being put in another red gum forest and their data or any monitoring post that happening that shows benefits?
So as I said, I'm here presenting on the methodology. I don't purport to be an ecologist able to talk about those specific matters.
Okay, so we don't have any, I suppose, examples from the floor that show.
I would encourage you to look through the report of the citations there.
Yeah, but you can't tell me.
Because, for example, it's pointing to environmental watering of wetlands along the Gwydir River resulted in a maintained ecology and food web in the wetlands. Soy 2021. So again, it's not just, this is not a memory test.
Yeah, and is that a red gum wetland?
I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
But again, the material is there, but Ms. Chapman is not here to
Recall everything in that.
in a 200-page report.
No worries.
Ms. Chapman, I suppose my question might be not quite for you, but I just need to clarify what do you work for Jacobs or do you work, like, I'm just trying to figure out who you are.
I work for myself actually for the last 15 or so years.
Yeah.
And I'm sub-consulting to Arup.
Yeah. And you're an ecologist? No.
No, I'm an environmental manager. I actually have a degree, if you'd like to know, I have a degree from the University of Cambridge in natural sciences. I have a degree in in environmental technology with a major in ecological management from many, many years ago from Imperial College of Technology in Science and Technology in London. And I have also a graduate certificate in environmental law from the Queensland University of Technology, but I don't purport to be a practicing ecologist or flora and fauna specialist, but I do have experience in environmental management over many years.
Thank you. Have you looked at document 18 on the sharing platform, which is proponents' response to the public submissions?
No.
No. I was going to guide you to how many of the issues brought up were deemed out of scope. One of them is out of scope to talk about the basin plan, return of water constraints. So it's interesting that your graph and you're pointing out quite clearly the projected comparison of outcomes with and without the basin plan. Find that I will look at that more, so I find that quite highlighting, illuminating. Do you have any comment on that being out of scope?
No, if the proponent says it's out of scope, and it's out of scope. The reason that we've included those comparisons is because they're also included in the business case that's on the website, as Mr. Waters just said.
And you talked about adaptive management. Do you know a lot about adaptive management within the Victorian state government?
Well, I have worked over a number of years with some projects with in bits and pieces with what was the Office of Water and DELT, but I haven't worked in adaptive management practically myself.
Yep. One of your slides referenced to the declining health because of river regulation and climate change. Did you look at other reasons for declining health, such as mismanagement of the forest, underfunding of Parks Victoria, lack of co-management with traditional owners, lack of weed management, etc.?
So in the reports, in the ecosystem function, there's a discussion as relevant to each of those sections around what might have contributed to the current situation, but it's not the role of these reports to do an analysis of that, right?
Were you given river regulation and climate change as the things to look at then, or did you decide on those things?
So the discussion around obviously river regulation is a and change in river regulation is a fundamental part of what the projects are about. And we looked at climate change, particularly with what that would mean for availability of water.
I suppose I just want to note that they're not the only two reasons the health is declining in the forest. It's because of lack of funding and management over the last few decades and colonization.
I'll ask another one. Regards to the drawing that was on the PowerPoint about what was noted was sandpipers and goldfish are not red gum forest inhabitants. These two species.
I think you're reading a bit too much into it. It's a very highly stylized ecosystem diagram. It's the general one. It's not necessarily.
Okay.
That diagram was from the basin plan. Is that you're talking about the diagram? It's from the basin plan, from the watering strategy. It's not our diagram.
You just use that as it's a nice, pretty, yeah.
No. Sorry, we use that as the framework for discussing the ecosystem function, the categories within it. We honestly paid zero attention to what the drawings were. It's a cut and paste with a cross reference to where it came from.
Okay. You mentioned something about largely static, not made for restoration processes. What did that mean? Largely static.
So when you apply the regulatory, the frameworks, you kind of look. So we have a whole environment report process here, right, which has the ability to discuss, many things and talk about dynamic situations, etc. The overall improvement to biodiversity reports are basically, they're asked to give an answer around benefits applying the regulatory tools, and those regulatory tools are effectively calculators.
And you mentioned improve resilience to climate change, and the climate change stress test. Can you just describe what you gathered together to make comment on that?
Yeah, so VMFRP, and I believe it's publicly available, if not attached to the environment reports. VMFRP commissioned from the Murray-Darling Basin Authority a climate change stress test looking at 7 different scenarios. And so that is the work that I said that we had looked at it and provided some qualitative comment on it. within the reports that we've prepared.
And do you have any comment on the fact that when the basin plan was developed, climate change wasn't really integrated into that?
I have no comment on that.
Could you just clarify? I think one of the slides said that benefits may occur over years and decades. Just, I suppose, clarifying that the benefits are not certain, but the risks are more certain, I suppose.
I don't think we've said that the benefits are not there. That's not what I've said. I've just said that the timeframes are variable.
With the tree removal, there's almost 300, I think, over the VMFRP projects. If the trees are, say, 50 to 300 years old plus, how many trees would you offset 100+ year old tree normally?
That's not really relevant to what we're discussing here. The overall improvement to biodiversity is looking at an overall the overall comparison, not sort of providing comment on what the offset calculation would be.
Offsets aren't necessary.
The offset calculations are in the specialist ecologist report.
Yeah.
To yesterday.
Thank you.
And Ms. Chapman, have you taken into account the lack of the deterioration of the areas outside the project footprint, outside the project maximum inundation areas, so that the resulting loss of watering of those areas due to these projects taking water away from the river?
So the water doesn't necessarily get taken away from the river. The water can reappear, further downstream. And in particular, the specific work that we've asked to do was looking at these particular floodplains. What we haven't looked at is an overall water balance for the whole of the river and the other floodplains. But what I would offer is that the water is not, once it goes into the floodplain, is not lost to other places.
No, I think you must have I possibly wasn't clear enough. What I was meaning was that these projects are done, there's going to be less water brought back for the river as part of the SDLAM, and therefore there will be less overbank events in future years. So
in which
don't have projects will get less overbank events.
We apologise, Ms. Chapman. The policy area is incredibly complex and would boggle the mind of any normal human.
So what I would offer is that I'm talking here today about these specific locations and these specific matters in terms of the benefits to these particular maximum inundation areas.
And just to be clear, you haven't looked or considered in this report the areas outside these projects?
No, we've been asked, the scope of the work that we've done is very clear, I think.
Thank you. My last one is, you might have heard the evidence to the EES from Mr. Doug Frood, ecologist, who's worked extensively in these areas.
I didn't, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Well, I'll just tell you what he said. He generally said that he wants to see the problem addressed in ecologically sound manner, and that he doesn't think these projects abide by that. And
I think it's pretty hard for her to respond when she has seen or heard the material.
okay.
How does she know? I'm not saying you're not putting it accurately, but how do we know that?
Sure.
How does she know that?
So I suppose I could just say generally that quite a lot of eminent people biologists, ecologists, hydrologists, including people from the Wentworth group. Do not like these projects and don't think they're sound. And yet we have your report. Can you comment on why there's that discrepancy? If they were wonderful projects, why isn't everyone on board with them?
That's not a fair question. There's always a
I don't know that I can comment on that, honestly.
Yeah, I've got a question. If so, the modelling that's been done for these projects about the climate change and the impact on lack of availability of water, as an ecologist, that would seem to make an argument that we really must recover more water for the help to make sure the rivers stay connected and to ensure the biodiversity of the Murray-Darling Basin, particularly in this region. If there's going to be less water, the prerogative must be to keep Australia's largest living system, river system, with a measure of biodiversity and functionality. I'd say that's not within the scope of this, your area of work, but it is interesting that it was within the scope of the work to look at climate change and give us new modelling. So I find I still want to ask you that question. Seems to be a risk.
Could you perhaps frame the question into a question?
Do you think that there's a risk to the biodiversity of the Murray-Darling Basin if in the current climate change scenario?
Which current climate change scenario, sorry?
The climate change modelling done for these plans, which indicates there'll be less water available.
So so within the report, there is a discussion about the amount of water that's available for environmental watering and whether or not how much water in a typical year these projects might need and whether there's sufficient water available. And the conclusion within the report is that there is sufficient water available.
Does it give an outline of in what way to use that water and how often it will be used, whether pumped or flowing?
So yes, for each operational scenario, which is actually in the project description, for not just in the reports that we've put together, but it's in the project description, there is a discussion of whether they're pump scenarios or use of regulators, and there is also in our reports and also I believe in the project description, I showed you that table that said, you know, how many additional events were expected or anticipated. Yeah.
I'm finding it a little bit difficult to measure a great deal. I can measure it. Yeah, I find it confusing, to be honest. There's a little bit of an increase.
It seems to be there's about one extra flood event with the projects versus just the regular basin plan. Would you say that's on a fair summary?
Yeah, it varies, but yeah, it varies. But yeah, that's right. It's specifically in that column.
Yeah. Do you think that one extra event every 10 years, so, you know, 10 versus 9 or 9 versus 8 is worth the risk of putting in all this infrastructure?
Well, let me just frame my answer there for a second. So what the projects provide is the ability to deliver water, right? What's in the reports is based on the information that's in the business cases around what that would be anticipated to be in terms of additional events. The actual number of additional events will obviously depend on the circumstances at the time. And so one of the things I think that the projects do is provide the ability to be able to provide water. So for example, in the climate change section, it talks about, you know, being able to deliver water even if there isn't a sufficient flow event that occurs. It gives some additional ability to provide water into the floodplain. In terms of, you know, I can give you my opinion and that's fine, but ultimately that's what this process is here for.
Um,
I think we'll wrap it up pretty soon because I know we've
Oh,
got
no
two
problem.
other topic areas to cover today. So unless there's any really pressing questions, I'm going to wrap it up there. Mr. Decker.
Thank you, Member Bush. Ms. Chapman, just a very minor matter, more process than content related. In the presentation that you put up on the first page, I think there was mentioned that the TRG recommended or requested the assessment of overall biodiversity improvement report. So I just wanted to confirm if there was a specific request within the TRG or if that was more so around how to respond to the scoping requirements.
Yes, it was. It went backwards and forwards a few times, but it effectively came through from the Native Vegetation Regulation Unit that they wanted a specific report. Yeah.
May I just take some time to confer and confirm that that's
sure
been given and just confirm?
Thank you.
I had another question just to fill in the time. Oh, I have a question ready.
We're actually going to stop right
Yes,
there.
that's right.
We're going to take a short break. Thank you, Ms. Chapman. Let me just check with my committee members. Trevor, just bear with me.
Yes.
Thanks, Ms. Chapman. We're just going to take a 10-minute break, which will be our afternoon break, and we'll start at 3:15. We have two more topics on my list that we wanted to talk about. And again, as said yesterday, we're going to wrap things up not too late tonight. So I'm thinking probably in the order of maximum half an hour for each of those two topics, and then we'll wrap up by about 4:30, if not earlier.
I don't think we'll need half an hour for the non-Indigenous heritage.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll just take a break there. We'll start again at 3:15. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Okay. What are we talking about?
Oh, should we do
Climate change or non?
Well, let's get heritage, non-Indigenous heritage out of the way.
Yep. That's a terrible way to
Sweet
put it,
about
but I know it's.
We're happy for it. It's not very sexy. But it's, it shouldn't be overlooked, and it is important for our community.
I should just mention, maybe not out of interest, but in one of the many hats I wear, I do quite a few heritage panels for local government. So considering heritage studies and putting heritage places in the planning schemes.
Yep.
So I'm familiar with it, is what I'm saying.
Yes. Have you ever done anything in this area?
I was trying to think of that the other day when we were
I think
talking
you'd
about it.
remember. I think you'd
Yeah,
remember.
there was a famous one up this way some years
Get
ago,
rid
but I
of
wasn't
it.
involved in
A
that.
White Swan Hotel. Remember that one?
Yeah, that wasn't me, but I know of it. Yeah.
Yep.
I won't make any comment on whether it might have been better or worse or anything else.
We do like our
Kmart.
We do like our Kmart store, but yeah.
Okay, fire away.
This document here, document 5, specialist assessments G to I, has a section on historical heritage. The planning scheme in Swan Hill Rural City has heritage overlay, and there are a few items in the VMFRP Park. Particularly, I'd like to speak about Takasuka Bank. And I was on council 20 years ago, and during that time, between 1999 and 2001, we did a heritage review of our heritage plan. So at that time, Mr. Takasuka's grandson was still alive. I hope he still is, but I cannot
I do not know if he is. So excuse my ignorance on that. I've only moved back to this area a couple of years ago. So this is a very important heritage site because it's actually the first known rice crop in Australia. And rice being such a large and successful industry now, this Takasuka Bank, you know, marks a spot in time where rice was starting to be grown in Australia. And so we're pretty proud of our the marker that's there and acknowledging that history.
I should just
I
mention,
do want
we
to-
stopped at the monument and read
Yeah.
the plaque there. It
Right.
was, that was certainly an eye-opener to me. I had no idea that
Yeah.
it started in
Yeah.
this area.
Yep.
And in the
And
way
it's-
it did.
And it's really important, like it's, you take your tourists there, you know, if I get a visitor from overseas or interstate or Melbourne, I take them there and we talk about that. I do want to acknowledge that when this was built, it probably wasn't done with any consent or consideration of the Aboriginal cultural significance of the place and the possibility that there were cultural sites there. So I'm not commenting on whether that was okay or not, or wasn't okay, so I will comment. But anyway, there's Takasuka Bank, and I see that there is a pipe going in there, so I just wanted to ask the proponent about that. I have to admit, I have not read this, but I can imagine it says something interesting, but I will read it, but time
Yes.
is against me.
I'm happy to jump in and offer a summary of what's going on.
Thank you.
At this point.
Yeah, so my concern is the protection of that site, the lack of damage to the site and that kind of realm.
So just quickly, this is an assessment. So there was another potential heritage place found which determined it wasn't significant. So this is the,
I
that is
don't,
not up,
yeah.
there we go. So you can see there was a significance assessment carried out for the Takasuka Levy Bank. It's not in dispute that it's of local historical significance. It's an HO, it's not state listed, it's federal listed. That's not to say it's not important, it's just HO.
So it's just on our planning scheme.
Yes.
You'd be aware of the different layers
yes.
of heritage.
Oh, yes.
There's an assessment being done as part of this project again against the HERCON criteria, the Heritage Council criteria for assessing significance. Clearly does meet criterion A, importance, course of pattern of Victoria's cultural history. It was concluded it didn't meet any of the other criteria. But, you know, as it said, notes that it is a first attempt to cultivate rice in Australia, but the structure itself doesn't evidence any new characteristics.
It doesn't mean it's not, you're not saying that's.
No, it's still historically important, but in terms of the manifesting in the structure of criterion B, as opposed to criterion A, it's the criteria look at different aspects. So this is the map, and this is what you'll see down here is as we undertook our works here, it was determined that the actual Takasuka Levy Bank extends considerably further. The yellow area is the levy bank. As we have mostly mapped it, you can see there's a little bit in the middle there that is dashed in green. That's a projection. But what's significant here is you actually see only when you get down the bottom does the actual heritage overlay start to creep in.
Sorry, can you, I'm lost.
Yep, so there's the river at the top.
Yeah.
As
So the memorial's further down off the page.
yes, so this, there's another map over the page.
You're
Which
showing
covers,
us the levy. Can I help?
I think that as you drive in, see
Yeah.
there's Takasuka, there's the sort of bridge.
yeah,
Yeah.
And then you drive along the road and there's a small levee that goes
Yes.
all along the side and
Yeah.
the paddocks are on that side with some.
Yeah,
beautiful
no,
wild
The
gums.
pink on the.
the pink is
yeah.
the heritage overlay as it appears in the Swan Hill planning scheme. So it doesn't cover the entire extent of the levy as it exists.
So are you saying the Takasuka Bank is that whole levy in yellow hash?
That's what our experts have told us.
I'm
and
not gonna
again-
say I'm surprised that the planning scheme isn't
So does the,
adequate.
does the HO protect the best representative of it, I wonder? And I'm just wondering, I don't know.
Potentially, I have to confess, I haven't gone back and read the Alum Lavelle study as to why that bit might have been regarded as more significant.
I would say it's a mistake or inadequacy.
Or a decision, right? Yeah, sometimes you might just choose to only have part of it. But
I'd suggest either the HO is wrongly placed or the bank is not the one that's identified, because they're completely different. Like if the green line is meant to be the bank, the HO is not even protecting the bit.
and certainly if you go and look at, say, I brought up VMFRP, where the actual bank is, but if you go and look at NIA, for example, there's a heritage listing for a building that is about 200 meters south of where the actual building is.
Yeah.
Which is not that uncommon for older mapping.
So it could well be an error. We've certainly had discussions with council about maybe you would like to update your heritage overlay. They've suggested we should do it. We said it's really the job of this project to fix your heritage overlay. Similar issues have certainly arisen in the past. I think around the Bordy Alley bypass, that is a similar issue. But ultimately, so it is a longer extent. What that obviously means on one view is that as a matter of strict planning practice, you wouldn't need a permit to carry out works on those bits outside the HO, or it's not an HO permit. Having said that, we've conducted an assessment on the basis of the whole thing. We do set out there will be impacts, it's a short answer, and I think actually I'll go back to those maps because they're most useful. The main impacts will be up here at the top end of the levee, closer to the river. You can see the red is the construction footprint, and there's a relatively high degree of intersection there. Then as you go down south, they sort of move apart again, and then they come back together again at the very end. Now, parts of that, we say, well, it's really just about rebuilding modern technology, rebuilding. You're putting a road where there already is a road, that's a minimization technique. We're also constrained here, there is an avoid minimize statement that explains that in part of the reason why this approach has been adopted is to avoid impacts on Aboriginal cultural heritage, which has been a primary value we've sought to avoid impact. So yes, you could move the road away from the levee bank, but then you'd be moving into areas of more cultural heritage sensitivity. Decisions had to be made about what we're going to prioritize, and in this case, we have prioritized Aboriginal cultural heritage, not least because on our assessment, that leaves an area of approximately 1 kilometre of the levee that is not affected by works.
So have you tried to follow the road that's naturally there?
Is the road in this map, in that map?
You can see it.
It's in the
so
red.
it's sort of, yeah, well, that's our construction
Yeah.
area, yes, and then you can see the existing road as a sort of pale line within the red area.
Hard to see it though when the MIA crosses it.
Yeah, exactly.
Could we possibly go back out again to see the river part?
Or you can go up to the previous map, which is
Oh,
where the
yes,
river is.
right, thank you. Did you get this yellow hashed area information from the Allen Lovell study or from other documents in other?
There was original work undertaken as part of this heritage.
So Allen Lovell, that's not in our, because I've never seen that.
No, this is
Yeah.
as part of this project, we came out here to try and understand the impacts.
Yeah.
Obviously, you look at the studies that have been done in the past, but also you go back and you do the original work because these sorts of things do happen.
Was there any like satellite investigation of what's under the surface or anything like that?
I don't think any subsurface investigation was done for the purposes of historical heritage. It was done for the purposes of Aboriginal heritage.
Yeah.
I'm wrong about that.
And is there a reference to that archaeological study in here?
Yeah, so you've got a number of appendices in there, or specialist assessments. It's G particularly that deals with heritage. That does set out at some length the methodology.
So where they intersect the
Yep.
levee and the construction zone.
I'm just going to stop sharing for 2 seconds if that's all right. I'll take you to the avoid and minimize statement if that tells you what we did.
Are you building the road up higher than the levee or like what?
I'll show you again. I think this is best explained by reference to the avoid minimize statement.
Yeah, is that red outline, is that your, are you building a levee there? Or are you just gonna have a road there?
I think
It
it's
depends.
I know there's a drop, put down area on the
Yeah.
river bank. I've
So-
seen the pictures of that.
perhaps if we just work through this. So harm avoidance hasn't been possible in the current design because, as I said, the possibility to redesign and avoid harm was considered. However, the current design has been developed to avoid harm to a substantial number of registered Aboriginal places in the vicinity and moving around potential effects of it. Some sections of the levee bank are outside of the proposed development construction footprint, so areas can be minimised by targeting the design. And that does, as we say, leave a substantial representative sample of the levee bank in place. In terms of mitigation, there's what's known as a photographic record. So there will be photographs taken in its pre-construction state. It's always been unsatisfactory, but it is what it is. And then there's avoiding unplanned harm. So, for example, where it's running close to the road, where the levee itself runs close to the road, you would put up fencing and so on to prevent people accidentally wandering onto the heritage bank and so on. So unplanned harm is when we're not actually doing works on the heritage, but it's proximate to the works we are doing. There's here we go. I suppose this is the clearest description of what is proposed in strict terms. So the southern section, which is down near the memorial, 230-metre section of the levee bank runs underneath and alongside the existing track road will be subject to potential unplanned impacts due to construction due to proximity of the works. An existing track runs across the majority of the bank. There is an existing regulator, and which the construction works are to replace. So that's intended to be in some ways like for like. It's a regulator replacing a regulator. The impact there is considered to be.
But the regulator isn't part of the tax ban.
I think there is there's a culvert there, I believe, or a pipe.
Probably separate to the bank, I would say.
I think there's a pipe in the bottom of the bank where the road runs through.
Yeah, my understanding.
Again, I think is that the pipe that's going to be a small regulator to manage flows onto the private property there.
Yeah.
The V3 pipe culvert regulator.
Yeah.
And looking at
So it's
that
not a big
document,
box
special
regulator.
assessment G, if you turn to page 49.
Is that PDF 49?
No, page 49, it would be PDF page 75.
Yep.
Towards the bottom of that figure.
Yeah.
Just that while you're doing that, I just need to confer with Mr. Blake. Excuse us.
Is that the road?
So where you can see the note that says basin where creek meets the Takasuka levee bank. Can I come over and point it?
Yeah. Yeah, basin where creek meets Takasuka levee bank.
So that's just pointing to.
I'm scared because within your red line, yeah.
But that's the match levee bank.
Yeah. Yep. Walked across it many
Yep.
times.
Green line joins.
Yes.
You know where that there is a.
Yes. Yeah.
There's a pipe in the.
Yeah.
That's where the military regulators, which is a pipe regulator.
Yeah.
Pipe.
Why replace it? What's wrong with the one there?
It's not.
Function. It doesn't show it's.
Yeah.
That thing. And why do you want to have water move from the park into the private land? Why do you want to be able to do that?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the private landowners want us to have that. They're spraying off their land.
Otherwise, the bank is a dam.
Yeah.
It is a dam. That's what it is.
Well, it has a pipe.
Yes.
Maybe
So
not
maybe the
presently
landowners
on
can
function.
the creek goes.
It wouldn't have
beyond
been a
there.
dam naturally. It's a
Yes.
dam now. So with the regulator, you can actually get a better flow.
And again, if this is about bringing water into the.
Yes,
It's a good thing if it's coming. up
That's the
private land,
creek.
it can flow.
Does it flow that way though?
That's my understanding. That it comes in off the private land.
Can we get confirmation on that?
Sure. That's what I'm being told.
And as long as replacing that pipe doesn't make any damage or,
Sorry, you want me to go back to that plan?
yeah,
Yep.
just that place where the bank is, and this is we're just deviating slightly from.
Good.
Oh, no, not, the one that had the river on it.
Okay.
Is it? Maybe someone in here can enlighten me. Where that is that a regulator along the river there, or a bank, or both?
Both. It's the B4 spillway, hardstand and regulator, and the top end of forest track bank. Forest track bank.
Is there already a little it's a sort of a creek formation that goes into the river, so it drops down?
There's a culvert in there.
Yes.
Yeah, I
There's
think if you look at that pale blue line.
Yes.
That is marked as a, it's not heritage listed, but it's a historical feature of a moderate channel.
Yeah.
So there's also consideration of those.
Right at that point, there's a massive tree that I'm happy to show. I'm just wondering if do some of the very old large trees get more assessment? Is that going to survive that? So, but you send that.
Again, I mean, the objective here, there will be a continuing obligation to try and avoid impacts as far as possible on native vegetation and particularly older trees.
But when you bring in large machinery,
I don't want to reopen all the issues we've discussed at length.
But I
We
just
stick to the heritage just for the moment.
sorry.
please.
Yes. Oh, I'm meaning impact on heritage. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Impact on heritage. I thought are you going to, I'll read this more, but it is an important heritage item, and even though our planning scheme is not up to scratch, the community would want that looked after.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no dispute about that.
So I am concerned, and I would like extra thought to be given about not damaging the tax super bank. Commitments have been made to the tax super family to protect that item, and could I ask, was consideration made to modifying the location of your construction footprint into the private land?
That's the mitigation you just took.
Yeah,
Avoidance.
I can't say
Going into the
immediately
private
whether
land.
it was considered going into the private land.
So is that going onto that one with the yellow hatched document 5.4.5 on page 61? I see that your footprint is probably right abutting the fence line of the park.
Yeah.
Did you consider if you moved south into the private land, you would avoid the tax super bank and possibly trees? We could do a request to that landowner to use that bit of cleared land for your access.
I'm not aware of whether the topography would be suitable for that from this image. I can take that.
It seems logical to, use the paddock.
Yeah,
And I'm sure
what I would say is certainly when I went there and looked to that side, it was materially lower than the Tanker Super Bank. So again, then you'd start having to bring equipment up and over the bank to get into the forest, which again, I don't want to be an expert.
I think we're probably talking at a level of detail we can't resolve today.
Yeah, I think the road is
But
south
the
of
point
the bank.
about wanting to protect the tax super bank as
Yeah.
much as possible is clear.
It's not in dispute.
My understanding is that the road is not on the bank, not in that part of it anyway. If consideration could be made to be more sensitive around that area to the bank and consider using the private land and do some negotiation and agreement with the landowner to do that. Sure, if it was the consideration was the tax super bank preservation, that landowner would, not that I know who it is, but that they may consider assisting.
I need to check the EDSs, but I would be surprised if that was again an ongoing obligation to try and minimize impacts. But look, there's no doubt that it's recognised as valuable to the community and there is potential to protect it. There are, as I say, certainly constraints, at least on this side of the
Please.
Mr. Waters. I'm not aware of any time, but usually when you have a building that's or planning, there's often marks or diagrams on the street or a plan on the street so people can see. It seems to me that with a public park that's so well used and so much loved and so much people are regularly going there, it would be really valuable to mark out the places where the levee banks are with tape so everyone from the community could go and see. And maybe this has happened and along the river and Nye so people can see the levee bank right along the river. And has that been done so that people can have another? Because I feel like I'm learning. I thought I had known about the construction places and the sites.
I'm not aware of that having occurred. Again, if someone puts something in the group chat, I'll tell you.
Yes.
But I'm not aware of anything besides having occurred.
Yeah. I'm not aware of any. I've seen.
I would say it's not common for these sorts of things. I've worked on a lot of big road projects in Melbourne and so on, and it's not usually the case that you would have signage, for example, illustrating the proposed route. You would just get the ES and it tells you what it is. Same with train lines, same with all sorts of these projects.
But it is, in this case, it's a piece of, you know, well, I don't really like to call it Crown land, but it's public land and it's, you know, Aboriginal land. And so this is a very unusual case of constructing and putting cement and other structures into a place like that. So it's not really like doing it on, I'm not having, it's a different thing in that it's so hard to build something in a national park anyway. You can't build a cafe or, you know, sometimes a gate or a lot of things. But in this instance, it seems to me that it would be very useful to the people who are the main visitors.
Well, obviously, the fire instructors are hearing what you're saying.
Yeah.
And my last point on this is there a letter from the Swan Hill Council or the local genealogical society regarding their opinion on this plan impact on the Taxuk Bank?
I'm not aware of any submissions being made by
So Swan Hill, you said, sorry, you said Dr. Kelly sat on the technical reference group.
No.
Someone said.
Yes, Councillor McKay did.
Yeah, so I'm assuming these issues would have been worked through in the technical reference group.
I would expect heritage issues to have been raised at the TRG. That would be standard.
And I mean, the obvious issue that's before us is there seems to be some disconnect between the planning scheme protection and what's actually there. So that's obviously an issue we'll possibly think about in the report as well. So,
yeah, and it's possibly true that no one ever thought that this type of project would ever be considered or proposed for a conservation reserve. And the Taxuk Bank might just be happy and saved, left alone.
I've never conceived of a bank being happy and safe before, but from now on I will. Okay, let's move on to climate change. Again, we've got probably about half an hour to talk about this. So
I'll launch off. So just in regards to document 18, I'm trying to find in document 18 whether any of the submissions included climate change. It's hard to believe that we wouldn't have put it in ours, but at this late stage of proceedings, my memory is going and everything's blurring.
I feel your pain. Mine too.
But look, in regards to dealing with climate change as a theme and a discrete issue, it's hard not to blur the lines between talking about climate change and talking about the Mariana Basin Plan and water and rain and flooding but climate change and its accurate considerations for this project being one of the SDLA projects. In regards to the impact on weather, on vegetation, on changing ecological systems, animals and movement. even food safety and agriculture, impact on agriculture. These are all things that our local community is very aware of and having to adapt and consider in all of our strategic planning. And coming from the Victorian State Government, it's all about adaptation, mitigation. So I'm going to actually ask Morgana Russell to also assist me with this.
Is there someone from the department here? Sorry, I'm not sure whoever it is. The Department
no,
of Environment.
The
He
department
left.
was-
He's gone, sorry.
Fine. I suppose someone represent the government here.
Oh, sorry, he told me he was leaving at just
That's
after
okay.
lunch, that he would leave after the earlier session.
Yeah.
And I said, that's fine, I'm sorry, I didn't
No, it's
realise
okay.
there were specific
I suppose
things.
just climate change, the Department of Environment. It's just interesting, I suppose this is a very adaptive project. And it would be interesting to look at the Victorian government, climate change policies, and are we focused, are we trying to mitigate climate change anymore, or is this project just kind of saying we've given up and we're facing, a future of runaway climate change, and this is the only way to save the forests? I would say, it's a little bit strange to still be opening new fossil fuel mines, not banning fossil fuel use, and not taking climate change that seriously, but be spending millions of dollars on, protecting forests for a climate future. We're already at 1.5 degrees of warming, and the forests just had a natural flood. So it is possible for them to still naturally flood in the, climate change future. The projections are probably that it will reduce, which is one of the main reasons for these projects. But I suppose I just want to note that they did just naturally flood, and it didn't cost millions of dollars for that to happen. And yeah, what is the government doing to stop climate change? Why are they still giving fossil fuel companies tax breaks and opening new fossil fuel mines while saying that they want to save forests? I'm not sure if anyone can answer that.
Is that part of your presentation?
That was just a question. So
I think obviously what the government, whether it's state government or federal government, or indeed local government for that matter, is doing in to prevent climate change, so mitigation as opposed to adaptation. Firstly, it is outside our scope. We're not telling the government what they need to do. Having said that, the state government does have, and the new federal government does have, a fairly extensive policy and legislative response to climate change at that highest level. Not saying it directly impacts what's happening with this project, but there's a lot happening in that space. I'm not here defending the government. I'm just saying there is a lot if you go looking that's going
I
on.
suppose I would just say, if the government is serious about protecting biodiversity and nature, that they would stop opening new fossil fuel.
Yeah, and that's absolutely a policy position that the governments need to consider and take or not.
I'll just address a couple of points, Rose. You did comment on the frequency of flooding events. My understanding of the science from a few cases about this is that there will be fewer significant events, but the rainfall will often be more intense. So yes, you would still expect flooding events, possibly even the occasional larger, but they will be rarer in future than they currently are. Equally, I would say that we have a certain degree of climate change locked in, that's agreed. And so it still makes sense to have mitigation measures such as this, even if you are continuing to push back and try and avoid as much as possible any further climate change.
It would also make sense to help farmers transition to less water dependent agricultural practices.
I don't disagree with that. So
if I could just continue with a bit of my presentation. So it looks like you've worked on improving resilience to climate, according to Hilary Chapman's presentation, done climate change stress test, And I was also wanting to bring attention to Parks Victoria's commentary on climate change, which was part of the River Red Gum Parks Management Plan. But I suppose in the context of our comment was that the fact that we have climate change, we have less rain, we're having less rainfall, and the predictions are like that. It's all the more reason to have water buybacks. So to put these SDLAM projects in as climate resilience, but the deal is that if they get through, then we're going to have less water bought back. It just seems incongruous, and it just doesn't make sense. The other thing is that River Red Gum Parks and Reserves play a vital role in trapping carbon dioxide and therefore reduce, mitigate the potential effects of climate change in our world. And I think I got that from possibly the Parks Victoria document here.
Is there going to be carbon offsets for the 300 trees that would get removed?
What else did you want to respond to?
I'm not aware of any. No, I'm not that I'm aware.
Is there any calculation of how many, like the age of the trees that are getting removed and the carbon density?
As I think Dr. King was saying yesterday, dating a river red gum is actually incredibly difficult because they don't respond consistently in terms of their growth pattern. If in a drought year, their rings will be much smaller than in a non-drought year. So you can have trees of the same girth.
There's a scale of large and small.
Yeah, and tripping over those lines will, yes, you can say we're removing this many large, we're removing this many very large. Doesn't necessarily tell you how old those trees.
Yeah. There's been no calculations of the carbon loss from those trees.
There is some discussion of carbon, but I don't believe it extends that far again. I'll get instructions if someone tells me that doesn't exist.
And my last point is that in relation to the context of these projects, the context of them being part of SDLAM measures and reducing water brought back to fulfill the spirit of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, it has to be thought of that, you know, with climate change, changing rainfall is going to change the way ecosystems function. Parks Vic also, I'll read it, another statement from their documents, alteration of habitat in one area can critically affect ecological processes elsewhere. So in the context of that, all these documents we've got, work going back to 2014, so it said some of these documents, research, they're probably out of date in regards to really thinking about are these projects suitable in the context of climate change? And lastly, I would like to propose that if we're serious about dealing with protecting not even Iffa Park, protecting the region, protecting the Murray-Darling Basin, not just Victoria, not just some people, some irrigators. We need to think about strategic plan that could involve things like dealing with constraints, whether we need to purchase flood easements to enable private land to be watered. But these things are possible. They are through the goodwill of Australians that can be negotiated in a timely fashion. The fact that the Victorian government has lagged even behind New South Wales, which is a shocking thing to have to say that Victoria is behind New South Wales on something to do with the environment is appalling, and it's a real blight on the whole. Whoever is making the decisions, from the minister down, that constraints issues have not been dealt with, and yet here you are hoisting these mega infrastructure projects on these sensitive and culturally rich landscapes. That's the end of my presentation. Does anyone else have any questions? Well, we're supposed to ask questions, aren't we? I'd like to make some lovely statements, but I'll just.
No, I don't mind if you make
Can I
statements.
make a statement?
Absolutely.
Yes. Oh,
We've just had a statement, so let's have
okay,
another one.
another one. We'll just finish off with a statement. I just think that what we've been given here is no guarantee of any flow, commitment to having flows that will ensure that this floodplain, this interconnected floodplain system between Swan Hill and Robin Vale, and I don't want to forget the beautiful Murrumbidgee River, connecting from Balranald to Boundary Bend, that we don't seem to have any guarantee from any of the modelling of predicted flows or water availability of what type of water will be available, but it would seem to be reasonable for me to predict, and all the, what I'm getting the message is that it'll be mostly pumped, because we're told that climate change will mean less water, no commitment to constraints, which are just a manufactured crazy sort of policy setting anyway. So what I would say is that this is not going to be a resilient ecosystem that we're going to end up with if we pump water into these isolated sites. I may be a midwife and a nurse, but I also understand ecology, and that you need to have reasonably large areas of functional, interconnected, like alive systems in order to, if you're trying to protect something for the generations of the future. And, you know, I would like to think that the basin plan was a plan to protect the Murray-Darling Basin for the next, God, I'd hope 400 years, but I reckon these won't last 40 years, max 20 maybe, because they just require so much monitoring. And on such a large scale, I don't believe it's possible to just manage them to keep them alive and functional and have that commitment. And but not only to have that commitment, because they're separated, the water quality issues that we've had over the last, since 2011, with black water and blue-green algae that have totally arisen out of the last 20 years of management of the river system. And in that way, I will say manage. We do have the capacity to manage it really badly for water quality, it seems, but that doesn't indicate to me that these will be able to be managed. And given that there's no commitment to having flows of 25,000 megalitres flow past this area 3 years out of 5, which is the amount of time it would need to happen in order to connect that floodplain to the river. And it's the amount of flooding that it had until I was 26 years of age, then I just can't see that what we're creating here is a functional ecosystem. It's going to require so much human monitoring and action and looking at it and monitoring the water quality and then pumping some water in. And that's going to have to be done on all these different 9 sites across, thousands, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of kilometres. And to get those all coordinated and to think that they would actually grow 10 different species of fish and support turtles, it just seems, I just could not believe that could be at all possible. And so what we could end up with is these sites, and then in between, so let's remember the Walkall Junction and the Murrumbidgee Junction, I don't know what they do to you, but to me they make my heart I just feel it inside for our nation, the soul of the Murray-Darling Basin. When I think of those places, and I'm lucky enough to have been there on the odd occasion, they're lovely and secluded, in amongst the red gum forest. Those places could end up totally dead in 50 years. So let's think of that, the Walkall Junction and the Murrumbidgee Junction, the great billabong systems that live around them, which is the photograph I showed, because if we're managing this whole beautiful region as a series of isolated pumped irrigation bays, that is the risk. We're saying that climate change is going to get worse, so those places will not be able to survive, and we'll end up with
these sort of theme parks where you can go and that's not being in a living river system of our greatest river system. And so I don't like the outcomes. I don't like the long-term outcomes, and I don't think there's anything that anyone could say that would make me think any different. And I'm not ashamed to, you know, I'm patriotic and love this country, and I love the Murray-Darling river system, and I love the rivers that come into it. And you know, my family's just had a tiny few seconds on this country compared to the culture of the people who have been here for, I would say, forever and all time. But you know, you can still be conscious of and feel all of that. And this is something that is very, very important to protect for our children and their children and their children, and you know, for all the beautiful fish and creatures that depend on it. So you know, I don't want to see the forests around the Nawalpul Junction and the Murrumbidgee Junction just return to lignum, and which is just a sort of a weedy bush that goes in places where billabongs no longer get water. So I just don't see that this climate change is an excuse to do something like this. It's an excuse to do better. And I think once we get the politics out of it and all the really loud voices, that Australian people would want to come together and look after the Murray-Darling. Yeah, that's my speech.
Thanks very much, Ms. McKay. I think we'll move to a close looking at the time. Before we do that, just anything in response at this stage, Mr. Waters?
I mean, in terms of climate change, it's obviously a pervasive issue. It does need to be taken seriously. It has been factored into our surface water modelling, in particular, that's addressed in section 6.6 of Mr. Dr. Trevor evidence report. So that is there. But obviously, climate change is an issue that all levels of government need to deal with, and in a variety of ways. It is pervasive.
I have a request as we're finishing. I sent a photograph I'd like to be put up, and it's where the last regulator, or the one we saw up on the screen, was, and it's a very large tree. Just put it on the screen. I just think it would be a nice way to finish. The last item.
Just
Totally finished. Oh no, we're not totally finished, but we managed to do it.
Swan Hill's hearing is.
Oh
yeah. Just while that's being done, I'll just go through a few items which have come up. That's the one you were talking
yeah,
about.
that's my daughter, and that's the tree that's right near that little culvert. Well, culvert, I'm not sure if it's was it at the southern end.
This is the southern end of
yeah, but
VMFRP.
it's a very, very large tree, and they're so that's all. So I think that's a beautiful
photo. Thank you for sharing that. So just a couple of things to finish off on. Firstly, those questions have been loaded onto Google Drive, as I understand it. I'll come to you in a minute, Ms. Nichols. Document 64, capital A. There's track changes in it, which are the committees. Hopefully that's clear on where we've added things. Of course, we've taken the liberty of adding additional questions, as would be expected, if not appreciated. So that's in there, Mr. Waters, for you to have a look at at least have a look at between now and next Wednesday. You may well not be able to answer them before next Wednesday. I'd just like to mention closing next week. Before I do that, Ms. Nichols, did you, if you wanted to add something quickly?
I thought it'd be better if I could sit here where everyone can see me. I just wanted to ask, I'm not familiar with actually any information or consultation done with Aboriginal people or Australians about climate change. Is that not included, or?
I'm assuming in the consultation that's been done, I'm assuming it's one of the things that I've said it again. I'm assuming it would be one aspect of consultation. What's been done specifically, I don't know. Can't answer that for you. I'm not sure if Mr. Waters has a response to that.
Specifically, those inquiries that people here this morning understand that to be very quite specific questions.
But I would, climate change would obviously be an issue of great importance to not only traditional owners, but First Nations people generally, particularly those who are in close connection with country still.
I asked that question as a worker that works in undershire areas where the big scenario is now, how do we get the traditional owners to help us rescue the country now? Because of what technical and ecological knowledge do they have to help us out here. So it's okay to include us when they want us, but not when it comes to insufficiency in the discussion. So I'm trying to out, so there hasn't been any in-depth discussions about Indigenous people on country, only to rescue.
Okay, thank you. The broader point about water was clearly made this morning.
Yeah,
Everyone who
that's
was
water
here.
and country plans, everything, because I work. in
But I
those
mean, getting
areas.
ahead of the game rather than
Yes.
being a constant catch up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so next Wednesday, Tuesday's a holiday, obviously. Wednesday, we have our closing. Those who, some of the parties are listed on that timetable, which is the final day timetable, day 6. And just brief closings. It's not to go through everything you've heard in the last week or so. It really is to respond to anything that's come out of the hearing, and you might need to make comment on it. In relation for the proponent, it's to respond obviously to matters that have come up, possibly some of the questions we've asked, but if they need longer for some of those, we'll talk about how that's going to happen on Wednesday. We have allowed time in the afternoon to talk about the documentation. We'll see how we're going. If we run out of time to do that because we've still got submissions, closing submissions, then we may flip that and do that, what's called on papers, just do it in writing after the event. But at this stage, we're proposing to at least start that document process on next Wednesday afternoon.
I'm not sure what you mean, having never been through an.
Yeah, sorry.
What do you mean by documentation?
So there's 3 primary documents which we talked about last Thursday. There's the incorporated document which will go into the planning scheme. There's the environmental delivery standards. I'm smiling at myself because I probably won't get these right, but I'm trying. And there's the environmental management framework. So there's those 3 documents which are document numbers. Someone got them to hand.
It was 21, I believe.
Yes, 19, 20 and 21. So they're effectively draft documents. And what we're going to do in that session on Wednesday afternoon is discuss them. And Mr. Waters reminded me last Thursday, I think it was, it's a without prejudice session. So the fact that we're talking about them, you can be 100% opposed to the projects, but you might still want to comment on those line items just in case they go through and the minister approves it. So that's what without prejudice means. Because you engage in that process, if you want to, talking about those documents, doesn't mean that you think the project should go ahead. So they are the ones, I've spent a bit of time on this last week, it seems like 100 years ago, but they are the ones that if the projects are approved, they will be the ones that will be effectively the approval documents at a high level. Then there's all the other things like the Cultural Heritage Management Plan and other approvals, but those will be the guiding approval documents. So they're very important in the process, assuming the project is going ahead. And there are drafts in those 3 documents, but there's the opportunity to comment on those, change those, add things, whatever.
We've been asked, to provide certain pieces of research or submissions or bits of information. I haven't been able to do that during this week because of work and family commitments. Is there a time limit on that when we can email things in?
It would be really good if it could be done before, I'd like to say tomorrow, but if not, perhaps midday on Monday.
That sounds reasonable.
Just because the proponent can then look at them and
that sounds
they need to comment on the close.
I'm relieved about that. Thank you.
And could I just ask that the proponent makes comment on the announcement yesterday about the 4 other projects being halted by Minister Shi, and if that has any effect, whether positive or negative, on these projects and on the body of research that was done, some of it which was done in a more overall overview, it would be, that's quite a big change. 9 projects, now it's 5. What's the impact?
We did have some submissions on that yesterday, and that the projects that was put to us by, I think it was Mr. Waters or one of the other experts, that the projects are all effectively standalone. So that that's what was told to us. I'm not saying that's
Yeah,
right
I
or
think
wrong,
they're
but
going to
that's
have
what
more
was-
time to mull over it.
Okay. Mr.
If
Waters,
they could bring that.
if you need more mulling time,
Happy to
and-
address that on Wednesday.
thank you.
And I just last wanted to say that living in the city is great. I've lived there for many years, but living in the country, climate change is much more real. We have watched climate change happen in our park, in our region. It's getting hotter. The park is
I don't think you'll find
deteriorating.
anyone behind this desk who is disputing or relaxed about climate change.
Yep.
I
I
I
just
think
want
it's
to-
the most terrifying thing of our times.
Yeah. And
And-
it's been
and the
a
impacts
hard thing to
Are
watch.
already starting. I have my sister is a farmer in WA.
Yeah.
Changing of season is not an esoteric concept.
So to have on top of that, poor management of the river has been just disastrous.
We've heard it very clearly. Thanks, Dr. Kelly. So the resumption, sorry.
Could I just step in and thank the parties for their involvement? Obviously, we don't agree about many things, but we do appreciate your involvement. We do appreciate the time you come, the effort you make to participate in these processes. We do appreciate that they are not the most accessible for people who don't do this on a regular basis. We do want to take that time and knowledge for contribution.
Could I finish with a little bit of humour? That I did remark to our friends that I felt like I was pretending to be a lawyer. And with all due respect, she said, and the lawyers are pretending to be ecologists. When you have to read out some reports written by ecologists only, not making any comment on. So I think that's a good way to describe our experience.
There's a long running concept of evidence from the bar table.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Waters has been
Yes.
treading that line very carefully this week. So he's not giving him a kudos, but he knows where that line is. Just bear with me.
Mr. Wimbush, I just wanted to finish by saying, and I'm not saying you wouldn't have said this, but
We have long finishes in this process.
how incredible,
Ceremonial.
how incredible it has been to have that traditional owners here at the table. For me, I think I started crying back there just watching the fact that you've come and you've allowed them to come and speak to you in person and be at the table where they should be in regards to making decisions on country. It's quite a landmark thing, and I've been involved for 25 years and I've never, this has been really important. So whoever made the decision to come to Swan Hill and to sit on country, I thank them, and I hope that it's a model that is continued on and improved on in the future. And I thank traditional owners for being here, the ones who are not here anymore, even though there's, you know, differences in some things. I think it was really clear that they are such an important voice to hear, and so thank you to them, and I really pay respect to their knowledge. I hope everyone was also aware of the incredible knowledge that traditional owners have, and they must be heard.
Thank you, and I'm sure you heard my words of thanks to them too.
I did.
Because it's more than a two-way process. It's a critical process in getting such voices into decision making at the highest level, which is Mr. Ham as a traditional owner, not from this area, but trying to get for those voices all the way through the system. I do really want to close. I haven't said my words of thanks yet, which was my last thing to do. So just a reminder, we will just be online next week, 10 a.m. on Wednesday the 26th on Zoom. I'm not sure if the link is the same. Is it the same? Thanks, Rachel. Just some words. Firstly, to thank you to the participants, as Mr. Waters stole my thunder. It is asking people a lot to come and be involved in these processes, and we do very much appreciate it. Victoria is one of the, I think probably the only states that does this on a regular basis, actually asks people to come and be involved in a public hearing like this. I've always thought it was despite its weaknesses, I've always thought it was a good way to do things. So thank you very much to all the participants, including, I should say, the proponent and all their experts and the people who have done the work behind the scenes. So everyone who's been involved. I'd particularly like to thank Rachel, who's been a stalwart for keeping us running this week. I think Amy is still online, and if she's listening, a special thanks to her, and Gabby, who helped out yesterday. And also to, if our thanks could be passed on to Robin, who's been looking after us at the venue so fantastically this week. So if those thanks could be passed on vicariously, thank you very much. We will close there. There's still quite a bit of work to be done on Wednesday. Just in terms of your closing submission, Mr. Waters, I can't remember if we put a time for that.
I hadn't worked on the assumption it was midday, given the intervening.
Okay, given I've given till midday Monday for other things to be tabled, I'm happy to make that say 5 p.m. on Monday, if that's okay, if that's useful, I should say. Okay, thank you very much. We will close there, and we'll see some of you online next week, and thank you again.